Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for July 28th, 2026. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll quickly call the roll, please.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Grace.
Here.
Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Excellent. Next on our agenda is a new thing. It is the approval of the agenda. Our legal counsel has told us it kind of makes sense that you'd approve the agenda before you actually go into the agenda. So does anyone have any questions, or is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Next is citizen participation. This is for anything that is not on tonight's agenda. Mr. Woody, we do have MVP scheduled for tonight. It is regular agenda item I will open up. So I'll start out with Marcia Heineke. Marcia, I'm sorry, I should say this for everyone, but we have a new thing. You'll actually have a green light that goes there. When you get to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, it'll go yellow. And when it hits 3 minutes, it'll go red. That's just to keep us all under that 3-minute limit. Just to let you know.
I don't do anything.
You don't need to do anything.
No.
So whenever you like to start.
It just starts when I
Just
talk.
goes. Yep.
Okay, so my name's Marcia Heineke, and I've been attending the Golden Links group, and I just wanted to keep the idea of having a senior center alive. We had talked about getting members to come and just repeatedly hitting you over and over that we could use a senior center compared to how many other small communities have them, and we don't have any kind of space. So I just thought I'd say again that we could probably use a senior center, and that some of my confusion was when that building, Sonicare, I'm not using good terminology, but when the House of Neighborly Service pulled out, I didn't know that the baby went out with the bathwater. So if the building is still being owned by you people, I just didn't know why it still couldn't be used for part of it as a senior center, and that could get started enrolling. And just in case you might not have heard, that I think it's really important that we Berthoud seniors have a senior center to have a place to meet for whether it's cards or socializing. And a friend of mine had said she had data on how many seniors are actually in the town of Berthoud. So that does represent what I think is a significant interest in having that center. I do want to thank Sean and Will and Chris, because I'm the face that has emailed you occasionally, and I appreciate your feedback. I did hear a comment recently about that you guys may not have money to do a senior center. So I just kind of wanted to maybe address the elephant on the agenda, that you're going for 2 multi-million-dollar projects. So money must be coming from somewhere. So please consider. I think it'd be good for the seniors to have a senior center, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you very much, Heineke. I guess as a general thing, Administrator Kirk brought up an email today that actually this fall we'll be talking about the Sunoco, so that'll be the time we kind of looking at those options. Thank you for bringing this back up. Okay, there's no one else scheduled for agenda. Again, I hate to get the name wrong, so I'm just going to start with Woody, but that'll be under the Mountain Vista discussion tonight. Thank you. We'll move on to consent. There's 3 items there. Would trustees like anything removed from consent? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion to combine and approve the consent agenda. It's been seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Grace.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Wing.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes, excellent. Consent has been approved. Thank you. Number 2 on the agenda tonight is the appointment to the member of the Planning Commission. And let's see here. We had 2 members on the committee, Trustee Murphy and Trustee Anderson. Trustee Anderson and Murphy, maybe you'd like to lead it off?
I'll start and
Great.
No
chime
problem.
in. We did have 2 applicants. Only one of them though showed up for the interview. We also learned that there will be another opening on the Plan Commission coming up. So what we decided to do was ask our clerk to advertise for more applicants so that we can then look at all of them for hopefully more than just one for both positions.
Fair enough. Okay. Any questions?
If I could just tag on to that, and I won't bring it up now, but I think it's a worthwhile discussion point that I'll bring up in reports on advertising, planning, and other committee positions, and how we reel in more applicants. I think that's important at this point in our boards and towns operation.
Is that why you think we don't have candidates? Because we're not marketing it?
I think there's probably several reasons. That would be one of them.
Just to be clarified, did we interview that individual? That went
Yes.
We did.
And decided to.
Yep.
We just thought it made more sense
Okay.
to, because we had scheduled this person to interview, so we did interview them and gave them that courtesy. But we thought it made more sense to, since we now are going to have 2 open, throw that out again, interview everyone that applies, and then make the decision on those 2.
So the only person who showed up who interviewed, you're not giving them a position. Is that correct?
Not at this point.
That's the recommendation.
That's the recommendation.
Are they allowed to reapply or re-interview for the position?
I don't see any reason.
Yeah, let's see why not.
Any additional questions? Essentially, we'd be taking no action tonight. Is that correct, Clerk? Or maybe scheduling a future.
Yes, that is correct.
I find that interesting. It's kind of like our board that just got filled. 4 openings, 4 positions. We didn't say no, none of you can be on it. We're gonna wait till we get 8 people going for the boards. Why? I'm just not understanding. This person put themselves out there. They interviewed. They followed the process, and now you're telling them no. We want to interview more people.
I think it's just
not
because
following
we did
that.
not get a response, a very good response to the advertising for the positions. And when you just have one candidate, it makes it difficult to determine whether, and we did have some questions about that person's qualifications as well, but we thought it made more sense let's just open it up for both and go forward that way.
That was my read on the situation as well, coming this close to multiple appointments happening. And the fact that we had 1 applicant for 1 interview, we felt comfortable waiting across the board. I think it was more or less a unanimous opinion. To wait.
Of the entire committee, yes.
Any other questions regarding this? This is a recommendation to go ahead and do that. We all fine with that? And quick, do we need to set a date right now or anything?
We do not, Mayor Korsbeck. If you like, I can provide. I know that Trustee Murphy mentioned that there would be additional discussion and reports. If you like, I can provide additional information regarding what advertising will take place for the re-advertisement of Planning Commission as well as the other committees and commissions that will be coming up.
Perfect.
Would you like me to share that now or wait until reports?
I think the reports would be all right. Is that okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's more to this discussion, and just if watching, just thank you for the candidate that did apply.
Yes, we did appreciate the fact
Totally.
that that person applied, and we let them know that.
Sure. Okay, so we will be moving on. Recommend that there'll be advertised again, given there's going to be new vacancies. We'll move on now to number 3, which is Tundra Flats denial of the neighborhood master plan change of zone. It's kind of the end of a continuance. I'll just let Planning Hillenbrand, thank you. And Tom Hillenbrand, our planning manager, will speak.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Trustees. So I don't technically have a presentation for you this evening. So as you recall, or likely recall, on July 14th, you did hear the Tundra Flats Neighborhood Master Plan and Rezone. And the trustees did move to deny that application, or those 2 applications. And so what you see before you this evening is the revised resolution and ordinance that speak to then the denial And so that's all you're seeing there, because previously the draft that you were provided as part of your packet was on the affirmative. So this just shows that, reflects the change.
Is there any questions regarding this, Trustee?
I have a question.
Trustee, please. Wing.
So, do we need somebody to come before us to request a PUD be rezoned to our new zoning, or can we do that on our own?
So the property owner would have to make an application to
Okay.
request a rezone.
Okay, so that answered my question.
Yeah.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Is there any additional questions? We have two together, 2026 and ordinance 1387. I'm assuming they're combined, or you can combine them, that's the same thing. Please.
If you're asking if it's two separate motions, I would two separate
Yes,
motions.
yeah,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay.
Really quickly, just a procedural question. What happens after this? I mean, once the denial, I mean, are they likely going to redesign and come back and reapply and try again?
Good question. So that is totally up to the property owner. So they certainly have any and every opportunity to come back and propose something new if they would like. Certainly, if they were to do that, we would encourage that they then take the feedback of the trustees as well as the planning commission, and they modify the project based upon what they heard and what feedback you all provided. But they certainly could, and it would go back through, it would start over the process. So it would be a new application. It would go back through the different rounds of referral or review with our referral agencies and staff. And then we'd come back once we felt that all those comments were addressed, and we'd go through the same process, staff report, and you, planning commission, as well as the town board of trustees, would hear the request at that time.
Awesome.
Yeah. Or certainly if they decide it's not worth their while at the moment, they could probably sit on that property for however long that they would like.
Thank you.
I move to approve ordinance resolution 2026-18, a resolution of the town of Berthoud Board of Trustees denying the application for approval for a neighborhood master plan for the property known as Tundra Flats.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. It's been properly seconded. This is on 2026-18. Is there any final discussion? Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Excellent. Is there anyone like to move on the ordinance?
Yeah, I move to approve ordinance 1387, an ordinance of the town of Berthoud denying the application to rezone the property known as Tundra Flats from planned unit development to neighborhood commercial.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Sorry.
Okay. We have Trustee Wing has made move and a second motion. Is there any final discussion on that? Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Thank you. All right. Been adjusted. Item number 4 today is the Berthoud Arboretum cost reduction update. And we have Daniel Buendia, our project engineer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Karspeck,
Welcome.
trustees. This presentation provides an update on the Berthoud Arboretum project and summarizes the cost reductions staff have identified to bring the project within the budget while preserving its overall vision. Berthoud Arboretum is the proposed development of the Wagner Farm site south of Berthoud Recreation Center at Wagner Farm Park. The project has completed design development, was publicly bid, and is now in the process of refining the project scope to bring the overall cost down. The board packet provides a summary of the proposed cost reductions. Shown are highlights of some of the key items proposed by staff with the assistance of the design team and recommended contractor. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have about these following recommendations. There are two categories of value propositions that were discussed during the process. One being reduction or alteration of the materials or scope, while the other being a phasing out of materials or scope. Some of the proposed reductions include adjustments of the trail widths, reducing the sizing and amount of select landscape plantings, and reducing the number of certain site furnishings such as trash and recycling bins. Some cost savings were achieved through alteration of some infrastructure materials such as stormwater piping and trail materials. Other items have been phased out of the initial construction for cost saving and or functionality purposes. This includes select play equipment, site structures, and sections of trail. Staff also recommend retaining the existing soft surface parking lot in its current form in lieu of costly asphalt paving. Additional potential cost savings are also being evaluated. There are many qualified restroom building vendors available. Staff are evaluating alternative vendors that can provide a high quality facility at a lower cost than the design that is currently specified. Pending board approval of these alterations, we are likely to experience other savings, such as from irrigation system modifications associated with the reduced planting areas. Some staff recommendations are likely to slightly increase the proposed cost to provide a more functional park. The proposed lighting changes shown are expected to result in a slight cost increase to provide more safety lighting for users than was originally designed. Much of this cost increase is offset by the savings achieved through removal of some of the ambient lighting designed. The recommendations today will result in an exceptional arboretum for Berthoud, with hundreds of trees, multiple ornamental gardens, miles of new trails, an event lawn with band shell, and features that pay tribute to the site's agricultural history. The suggested reductions were strategically phased so they could easily be added in the future. Improvements are expected to be made by town staff as the park grows. The image on the left highlights the play features, site furnishings, and structures that would remain in the project. The blue triangles indicate the locations of the proposed overhead light poles. The image on the right illustrates the recommended trail layout and widths. While some trail widths have been reduced, they continue to meet town standards and maintain the project's intended connectivity. Staff requests board directions on the proposed cost reductions. If the board supports the recommended approach, staff will work with Wink Associates to incorporate the design revisions, after which Golden Triangle Construction will prepare an updated lump sum bid and construction contract for future board consideration. Staff recommend increasing the project budget to $9.5 million. This amount includes an industry standard 5% contingency allotment if procurement prices become unstable. The current budget for the project is $8.5 million. If the board does wish to pursue additional budget reductions, options include removing the remaining trellis, some more play features, the pond and creek system, or restroom building. Staff believe these amenities are important components of the overall project and have received positive feedback throughout the public process. However, staff is presenting these as options should the board wish to pursue further cost reductions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions? Daniel, go ahead. Mr. Murphy?
Yeah. Regarding the site lighting alterations, what was the origin of the upgrade to light poles? Was that a staff decision? Was that in coordination with LCSO? Was the reason?
Yeah, it was really staff come together to try and create a safer site. I think what we saw was there were a lot of ambient bollard lighting at the north part of the park and very limited safety lighting throughout the park. And visually, we also, working with Wank, saw that if we had the lighting focused on that one center, that ambient lighting, you might not see it filter through the trees, or you might, but you would have kind of this disparate amount of coverage that would discourage people from venturing further into the park, as well as the associated safety that you get from these overhead light poles.
Thank you.
After questions, we'll have discussions, right? Great.
Any other questions right now?
I have a few. Sorry. And I guess this is not just for you, but also probably for Chris. How does shifting some of the unbudgeted costs to the water and wastewater fund impact plans to expand additional water and wastewater facilities?
It shouldn't. So actually the funds for this utility work were actually budgeted in the utility funds. They just didn't get included in the Parks capital projects lists. So these were utilities projects that were already conceived of and budgeted for in the utilities funds, but they weren't transferred into the capital projects fund.
Okay, so funds already contemplated.
Funds are already contemplated.
And earmarked.
Yeah.
So it should have an impact on plans for our wastewater and our water and wastewater facilities.
It should not.
Okay. Just a couple of comments.
Yeah.
They're questions.
Okay,
But,
give me the questions.
would it be possible to reach out to businesses or like certain associations who might pay for things like the gazebo or on, or in exchange for naming rights for that gazebo?
The,
We have
the
any-
the reductions that we listed were strategic in nature, that they could easily be reinstalled at a later time. They don't structurally change anything within the park for that purpose, so that if there were sponsorship opportunities, volunteer opportunities, they could be added in. Even I don't want to say during construction, because it's hard to get liability insurances to combine with two different contracts going on, but certainly in the future, that was the intent of a lot of these reductions at this time, or the phasing.
Have we thought about any grants, like from the U.S. Forest Service or from like the Colorado Tree Commission, as far as maybe providing us grants for some of the trees that that might have been cut?
There are a lot of grant opportunities out there. They typically don't amount to too much. They also are for projects that are underway or happening, and typically for the planting itself. Again, the idea of reducing some of the plantings was really to lessen the burden on our current staff, and provide the park the ability to grow into itself with our current staffing amount.
Another couple like, things that I was wondering about was, does it make any sense to reach out to certain businesses like Lowe's or other associations that help with things like veterans gardens and that kind of thing, so that they might sponsor or provide maybe things as far as even the maintenance of the park, particularly if it's in an area that's designated as a veterans memorial area or something.
Certainly, I think there's room for multiple improvements to the park throughout the years. I hesitate to get too many external sponsors. A lot of them come with a lot of particular requirements, and then there's also the fact that the park was designed, the Arboretum is designed as a whole experience, and we don't want to change fundamentally any of the heart of it, as it were.
Well, to that point, would it be something that could be considered, even if it's to help with maintenance costs, because we know that this particular project would ultimately have certain types of maintenance to it. Would we consider maybe permitting our citizens to make donations, particularly in the name of let's say a loved one that has passed on or a good friend that's passed on, so that they would just have a plaque and we would just add to it the names of the people that contributed, or the names of, I guess, who they contributed it for.
I think the short answer is all of those are great ideas, and I think all of those are things that we would absolutely consider moving forward as part of our normal operations of our Parks and Rec facility. So, we have a lot of sponsorships at the rec department, at the rec center. We can look at other creative ideas. I don't know if if the board wants us to prioritize those, we can certainly come back with a long list of things for you to consider. Our hope is that our expectation is that we can afford to build this project and maintain it with existing town funds. I think fundraising and sponsorship to make additions to the park are appropriate and are great ideas that we can absolutely pursue in the future.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
sorry, I don't want anybody to lose sight of the fact that this is somewhat of a memorial to Mike Wagner for donating this land as well.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that. And I also was wondering about, I understand obviously where this extra $1 million is going to come from. So that, I think you've answered my question there. But are there opportunities here for volunteers to help with maintenance? For example, Boy Scout troops, Girl Scout troops, service clubs, that kind of thing?
Yeah,
Would come in and help with
we
maintenance?
do have a lot of those opportunities around town, and I think this would be a great site for it as well. I think that is further in the programming side of
And we
the
do those
Arboretum.
things already at some of our existing parks.
Wonderful. It's good to hear.
And if I could add, maybe to the discussion to piggyback on what's been said already. In discussions at tree committee, there's been a serious interest through the development of this project to explore all of those options, whether that factors in on the front end. I think is debatable and probably not what most folks have in mind. But I think if this project is executed, there's, at least from my perspective, there's been a lot of people that have shown a lot of interest in getting invested in this park.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Other questions?
I had a question. Could you go back to the image showing the trail system itself? A lot of those have two colors on there. What are they constructed of if it shows both colors?
Yeah, so the green and the purple are showing concrete pavement. The blue that's next to it is that crusher fines trail that we like to have alongside our concrete pavement.
Okay, so it's a concrete with a
Just like you
crusher next
see
to it.
along Mountain on the south side of the
Got
park
it.
currently.
Okay, so it is both.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's great. Thank you.
Anything else? This is the format I was thinking of. In case it's more like a hearing anything, but we was going to do questions, then public, then that. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did have one quick question. I just was curious about just kind of general numbers of reductions in plantings and trees, like where we were and where we're at now as far as totals.
Yeah, so they don't have an exact number yet. We did start around 860 trees, somewhere in the 2,000 odd plantings in addition. The design team and the contractor have both stated that they would love to be over 600 trees. We're really, what we're seeing is a little bit of a reduction, and also a little bit of a reduction in sizing. So we get a lot of savings on that regard, so that we're not paying a premium for trees that are only a few years older. That being said, they want to make sure that they remain staggered, so it doesn't look like a monoculture. It doesn't have everything is brand newly planted feel when you do walk in.
I think that's a follow-up question I have as well. How much of the trees can be planted in stages, or will that be prohibitive to plant later?
The whole point of these reductions, and we will be working with the design team to ensure that it's strategic in location, so that new trees that we do want to add, because the park will grow with us. That's the intent of the Arboretum. That those will be accessible to equipment, so that they are easy enough to plant. We're not looking at reducing necessarily the size of the irrigation system. Just when you don't have a tree there, you don't necessarily need the emitters, but the mains would remain in place so that we can tie into them at that time.
And then one other quick question. If the pond structure isn't implemented, that's not something that we could add later. Is that correct?
That would be prohibitive. Yes.
Thank you.
Good questions. All right, this time, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll open it up to the public if anyone signed up. Excuse me, I got to speak into my microphone. Open up to the public if we have anyone signed up. We'll start off with Natalie.
Pietzmeyer.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and Board of Trustees. My name is Natalie Pietzmeyer. I'm a retired science teacher from the Cherry Creek School District of Colorado. I chose Berthoud as my retirement home and moved here last summer and became a member of the Tree Advisory Committee last fall. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Tree Advisory Committee, who asked for me to read a statement. The Tree Advisory Committee moves that the board formally support investment in the Arboretum as a valuable community asset. The Tree Advisory Committee supports town staff recommendations referenced in the July 14th memo, recost reduction update for proposed changes to the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Christine Torres.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I live at 3930 Arley, and as you know, I'm president of the Berthoud Historical Society, and I want to share something with you that you might not be aware of, and to Karen's addressing of getting other nonprofits and folks involved. We have a beat workers house that we've been working with the town of Berthoud to have at this park, and as was spoken to, it's about agricultural history and what that family has given us, the Wagner family. And so, with that being said, we would have a QR code there that would have a video that would talk about the history of the sugar beet, the migrant workers, the World War II, when we had the POWs literally here in town pulling the sugar. I was in a play about sugar beets, so I learned it way too much more than I wanted to, and was thoroughly embarrassed trying to be. I'm not good at that, but anyways, I tried. Going back to this, so the whole point is this: it does bring nonprofits together, and I also highly support this. Individually, and then we would love it for the Historical Society. I also wanted to speak to your question about plaques. So we have that at our courtyard, and I'd be happy to help coordinate that if that's a fundraiser to help support this Arboretum. We already do that. We already have it all laid out, so I could help you with that. And then lastly, this Arboretum has many aspects that bring nonprofits, community together to volunteer, educate, and teach them about the agricultural history that Berthoud really is. So I highly recommend that you say yes on this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all we have signed up tonight. I'll bring it back to the board. Can we start off with comment?
Yeah,
discussion.
thanks.
Go ahead.
Congratulations on such a great job on putting this together and how it looks. I think it's amazing. Essentially, we're taking a eyesore, without question, the town, and making it into a beautiful area. But I would also say this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. This is a once in 100-year opportunity. I would really challenge us not to do it halfway. Let's do it right. We're doing this now. It's going to be a centerpiece for our town. It'll talk to our image, to our culture, to our lifestyle. It's the public face, this area of our whole town. So I would say on these reductions, I would like to go back and say, no, don't reduce the play equipment. Don't reduce the site furnishings. Don't reduce the structures. Don't reduce the plantings. Don't reduce the trails. Don't reduce the lighting. The miscellaneous reductions, do not leave it the parking like it is today. It's all rocks when you drive on that. You throw rocks everywhere. It's all muddy when it rains. It's not nice. And we've got an opportunity to make that a beautiful parking area where a whole bunch of people can come. And oh, by the way, the soft benefit is the parking for the pickleball will also benefit from that. Keep the pond. There's something magical about water. It creates an environment. It's good for the habitat. Aesthetically, a pond it makes a gigantic difference. So I would absolutely say do not cut that. I don't know what happened to the beet worker shed, but we had that in there originally. I don't know where it went, but I think that's a real positive. I also don't, I'm one of the older people in the room, and I don't want the trees not to be big till I'm gone. So I would say do not cut back on the sizing of the trees. And the soft benefit there is bigger trees are healthier, smaller trees die off easier. So that would be my input. Do not cut back on the number of plantings either. Go stay the way it was. So that would be my comments. We're going to do this. It's super important. It's a huge reflection on our town. And I don't think this is one of those things where we cut corners. I think let's do it right and make it beautiful from the get-go. That's my 2 cents.
All right. Thank you. Does any have thoughts right now? Counters?
I guess I can
Yeah,
just curious on reductions are always hard, right? You want to get everything, go big or go home kind of thing. I don't disagree with a phased approach. Sometimes in order to make the project happen financially, you go with what you can afford and then you add on as you can. I guess my overall question, we have the money in Fund 60 to pay for the Arboretum with no additional, capital or debt service expenditure. So if we were to not go with these reductions and stick with the 12.5 million or 13 million right off the get-go, where would the additional funds come from?
They would need to come from the general fund reserves.
Can our general fund support that kind of transfer?
Could.
I guess from the 9 to the 12.
Yeah, the general fund currently has, I'll quote you here exact number in just a minute, but I think roughly $24 million in reserves. The GFOA recommended fund balance reserve is about is a 3-month supply of operating expenses, which is like $2 million. So we have significantly more. We've been saving that to do projects. The general fund pays for a lot of things, including general fund departments, parks, streets, alleyways. So, there are other competing interests for those funds, but if we were going to add to the Arboretum, my suggestion would be that would come from general fund reserves.
Let me ask about that. How fast would that, if we took 3 million from that, how fast would that get replenished over the next? I'm just wondering how fast that reserve grows.
It all depends on how much revenue comes in and how much we spend. Our general fund reserve has been steadily growing for the last, 8-9 years.
That's what I was wondering.
So would we be back at 24 million in 10 years? Probably. It depends on how aggressive we want to be with spending.
What was our original budget for this? Wasn't it 11 or 12?
8.
Actually, 7.5 is what staff established. 7.5 to 8. The initial concept estimate came back at I think 12.5 or 13 million.
I think you're right.
We did what we thought at the time was some cost reductions. The actual bid amount still came in at that higher number.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, just initially super impressed by town's ability to reduce so much cost and still keep the integrity of this park. That was my concern when it came in way over budget, that we were going to be changing a great deal of the park. And you guys did a great job. It still looks and serves the same purposes. I kindly disagree with my neighbor here, and with all respect, I totally respect your opinions. Just as far as staging some of the implements, I think that it just shows that we are honoring our budgets, staying within certain boundaries. I think there's times when we need to explore the additional cost because of needs and demands. That happens. But because of the number of parks we're looking at, the number of projects, I think trying to stay within a boundary and saying that we honor what we say we're going to do with the budget is good stewardship. And so if we can make some reductions, but phase them in later, I would be in favor of tabling those additions for a later time when those perhaps replenished funds come into the general fund. We earmark them for those additions in the next couple of years even. One of the things that, I did take away was the clarification that the pond structure wouldn't be possible later on. So that might be something that we do implement now and look at the increased amount for that just because it can't be added on later. I personally still have a huge pause about planting 2,000 plantings when we're in one of the worst droughts of recent history, and we don't know how long that's going to last. So I would encourage us to think about a bigger scale reduction in plantings and staging those out year by year as we see things improve with watering. The less rain we get, the more we're watering. And I know there's allocated water for this site, but all water is finite resource that will eventually run out if we don't get replenished water sources and more rainfall. So I would encourage us to think about even scaling back plantings a little bit more if those can be added in later. Even if, 400 trees is a number I can't even fathom for Berthoud. I don't even have a comparable example in my mind, but it would be way more than we have. It would be way more shade and beauty to this park than we have currently. So that would just be my, 2 cents on how we move forward.
Any other initial thoughts?
I would just say that I tend to agree with the mayor pro tem. I'd like to see us stay within budget as much as we can and maybe phase this. Maybe we say that once our reserve hits a certain limit, that's when the next phase starts. I think there's all sorts of ways of doing that. I'm definitely in favor of this project. I think it's something for everyone. I like the educational nature of it. I can think of a million ways that we could use this for educational reasons. I like the idea that it does, as Trustee Wing said, there's a big open area there that needs some attention. Doesn't look great the way it is now, and this is kind of a gateway to our to our town. And I think it also helps us preserve that small town feel that we all know and love. So I definitely am in favor of the project. I just think we should need to stay within budget.
Others have thoughts?
Yeah, been working on this project a long time, especially with tree committee, which I'm incredibly proud of to be associated with, and the professionals that we have on that committee and the experience they bring. In my discussions with them and of course with Furnace throughout the number of years we've worked on this, getting to this point is a testament to everyone that's been involved on it, get it to this point. I am disappointed that this did not meet budget. We had a number of capital projects that have not met budget. That said, the fact that we have had alternatives to discuss, the fact that I've been able to look at every single line item in this project is helpful and appreciated. Us scrutinizing this project and being thoughtful with our money is incredibly important. We've had discussions on plantings and the elements that are critical to our tree advisory committee, as well as my discussions with citizens. This falls in line with my personal opinion, my discussions with the committee and citizens out in the wild, along with my professional opinion on this. This seems to be a well thought out exercise in making value engineering decisions that make sense on this. So I am supportive of staff's recommendations on this with one item of note, and this would be an aesthetic choice, removal of the trellis. I think we would be benefited by keeping two at that location or removing both. That's the only comment I have on it. And I wanted to thank Engineer Buendia for bringing forth this fully thought out exercise on how to really look at a project with a fine-tooth comb and pick out elements that I don't think will be in this project. So thank you.
Trustee Olbrecht, any thoughts right now?
Yes, thank you. I mean, this project's kind of like changing a logo on the town logo. I mean, there's an infinite number of changes you could make, and everyone's got a opinion, and this could go on indefinitely. So, I mean, at some point we need to come to a, consensus. But, I love the idea of reincorporating the pond as long as we have water to fill it. And does that water, evaporate or does it recirculate? I mean, there's those certain concerns, but I do love water as well, and I think that adds a huge value, to the project. I'm not opposed to saving money by using some younger trees, or maybe reducing the number you're planting currently. Again, as long as the irrigation is in place, so you can add additional trees down the road. But yeah, I think it's a wonderful project, and I think we should try to move ahead with it as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. No, sounds like we're all in support in some favor here.
I would just like want to clarify
please,
my
go
comment,
ahead.
because my question could have
You
been
bet.
interpreted anyway. Overall, same similar support with the Arboretum. I mean, I'm very excited that we've been able to do the value engineering to come down and be closer. I think the phased approach is a smarter idea. It's kind of echoing what other members have said, that we need to be good stewards of the cash that we have, and we don't even have the financial outlook, if you will, if we were to take another, 3 million from the general fund, what that would end up doing. So I don't think that's a wise decision, but I do think sticking with the budget and moving forward with the cash that we have on hand means that we get to do the Arboretum in phases, with no extra debt and all cash that we've been diligently saving.
Okay.
Mayor, may I ask a question? So what would the cost of the pond be if it got added back in?
So currently the pond and the creek are tied together. So when we talk about the pond, we're talking about the creek system and the recirculation pump as well. The estimate for the install right now was right around 800,000. A lot of that is to do with the recirculation system and additional transformer, a little bit of electrical work, and the lining system to prevent infiltration and allow us to reduce the amount of water that we use. So if we install it now with that 827,000, I believe was the bid amount, you're looking at an unobstructed access. If we choose to do it in the future, it would certainly increase the cost and potentially there would be trees in the way. There would be a lot more access issues, as well as closing down a beautiful site that everybody wants to use immediately.
Thank you for that.
I have a follow-up question, Will. So one of the things is when you do something, and really it's what you just said. When you go in and do something, there's fixed costs when you're on site and doing it. You come back later, just what you said. Now they're all incremental costs. You're not there. You're coming back in. You're changing everything. The cost is double or triple. The other thing we've experienced, we're all very cognizant of what happens with inflation when a project gets pushed back. We push this thing back 2, 3, 5, 10, 15 years. You're gonna see 7% inflation a year layered on that, and then it'll be, oh, we can't afford a couple $100,000 to do this. We can't add more trees. Again, there's some real efficiencies to doing this up front and doing it right, and becomes much more expensive later on. And I will use just one example to talk about our financial stability as a town. The fire department's tax was approved, and the projection for that was $364,000 for 2026. After 11 months, they're at $2.4 million. So the point is, almost all of the projections that Chris and his team have done have been ultra conservative. And so there is going to be much more financial stability for us going forward in funding. So anyhow, I would just say this is so important. It's right there. It's in your face. We got a great time to do this beautiful, not wait for it to mature over 30 years. And I would like to change the motion to not be revised. And I've also heard other people say, let's don't revise it all the way. Let's do some of these other things. Let's look at a pond. So I'm not exactly sure if or how we change and revise the motion, or if we just vote on it.
So are you suggesting that there might be alternative motions here? One might be just add the pond back in. One might be accept the reductions as they are. One might be don't make any reductions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, don't make any reduction. Except the one that seems to be pretty black and white to me is the stormwater materials. That almost seems irrelevant. It doesn't seem like it impacts anything whatsoever.
It certainly has its own knock-on effects that we will be working with the design team to ensure that we are installing everything correctly. The one point of clarification I want to make is that currently with this budget, with this ask, we are including the creek and pond system. That has not been recommended as a removal at this stage.
Okay, good.
So that's within the reduced amount.
Correct. We thought that the character of it was so integral to the Arboretum itself that we didn't want to bring that as a proposed reduction, but we are aware that if we didn't want to increase the budget, that was a low-hanging target for those reductions.
Yeah.
And the trail reduction, we have residents that are so vocal that we need more trail, and here we are reducing the trails. I mean, again, how do you nitpick these things? And they're not massive investments, and I think they, if I'm an older person and I'm walking it and we've got half the benches we would have had, that might be a real issue for me. So to go back on some of the fixtures and things like that, I actually think you're going to materially change the experience.
Yeah, the benches for us were a really great opportunity for those volunteers that we see around town in our parks. So we really wanted the town to have ownership of it. So we didn't want it completely inundated with benches to begin with. And there's also along with the trail, we didn't really reduce much in the way of trails, except for where the design team had instituted some social trails that they assumed people would take. We thought it'd be nicer if we developed those after we see a heavy amount of use. And usually when people traipse through the plantings, they'll knock it down, and then
And I think you put some really unique, kind of cute, fun things in for kids. And again, some of those are being cut out. And I think it is important for the use of this that we keep the playground part of this intact. So again, to me, it's not black and white, all in or all out. I think, again, I'd like to see us do it right up front. And all these things were included in the plan originally because they thought they were right and they thought they were needed. And again, I see this as a once in a generation opportunity.
I add anything? Initial comment?
Could I just ask a question? I appreciate your change in heart on this, Trustee. I really do. But I think there is one elephant in the room that we haven't discussed, which is the 2030 delay on funding that you motioned for on April 15th. Is that something you'd be willing to turn around on?
Yeah, I would. And again, I don't think we need to get into, unless you want, because I already answered the question at the last meeting on kind of why I was there. But, if we feel, again, I think our finances are so strong. And quite frankly, I was looking to you and your expertise on some things on some of my previous decisions. And I think after hearing more discussions and input and, I'm not a half-ass kind of guy. I don't dabble. Let's dominate. And dominate to me is doing this thing right and being proud of it and not having little trees or, stuff that isn't right or trails that aren't right or parking that's not right. And, let's make it the great way of Berthoud. I think that's awesome. And again, I believe in, if we're going to do it right.
My only initial comment is I agree with you. Wow, that's also very awesome in my opinion. But I please, cost reduction absolutely are necessary. But this is my personal point of view. I can't do personal things in a budget in my personal life, right? You buy an economy car or whatever you can afford, but as a community with a one-time shot, you want to buy that thing with as many amenities as you can because it's for everyone. And I only submit too that we're going through a drought right now. Maybe this is a common area where citizens don't have to experience that. Maybe that's something, going forward, we'll be looking at it our own yards, backyards, whatever. But maybe there's one area where folks come together and not have to worry about the air and nature things. And I really got to just plug on what you said about the attraction of water, especially right now when it's hot. Just moving water is just something really alluring about that. I agree. Is there anything else?
I would just say that there are opportunities here for some of the amenities to be put back in. For example, when you talk about benches, having volunteers help with those, having in our other parks, I see benches where someone has donated the bench in memory of someone. I think as far as the playground equipment, there are probably opportunities there to get sponsors for that playground equipment. I've seen that in other parks. So I don't think by making some of these reductions now that will never happen. I think it probably just makes more sense for us right now to stay within budget and then look for those opportunities.
But Karen, here's what's coming out. A beaver dam log is coming out. Musical play equipment is coming out. Village playheads are coming out. Hillside slide is coming out. Turtle log climber is coming out. That sounds fun to me. That sounds like kids would have a blast.
As a parent of 3 children, 2 of them are younger, kindergarten, first grade and younger. I'm not super upset that those structures are coming out of the Arboretum because I'm more focused on what the Arboretum is, which are the trees and the nursery. We have a ton of parks in town where my kids go and play all the time and they absolutely love it. And in my opinion, if those sorts of things have to be phased in, I think we would still be serving the citizens by building the Arboretum for what the Arboretum was originally designed for.
Yeah, and they originally designed it. That's my point. All we're doing is honoring what the original design was.
Right. What I'm saying is I don't think that the playground equipment is the higher priority of the
Understand.
Arboretum. I think obviously the trees.
I would agree with you. Having kids myself, and I think I said this to Jane Valier once, is it'd be nice to have a place for grown-ups too. You know, where you're not just going to play with your kids.
Yes.
Sometimes it's nice to have that reprieve where, you know, there's some solace. But I think the consensus I hear is that there's support for the full scope, but maybe a stage timing. And that's kind of what I'm at least gathering from my peers is
a phase
all
timing
of these, all of
I
these
agree.
amenities
Yeah.
are good. We're supportive of them. Just perhaps timing is the only question is could we just sit on a few of these as we collect more, you know, sales tax revenue, be a good steward of the number we set out, come a little closer into that, dial it in, because we're going to want to do that with all our other projects too. And say yes to these things, but in time and in the proper.
You'll just quadruple the cost. That's the only issue there. That's.
I mean, everything, that's the argument, right? Everything that goes up in cost. I don't think we fall into that fallacy of cost to pay for everything now, in spite of having a phased approach. A phased approach is still
I
very.
wouldn't say it's a fallacy. I think it's I mean, maybe not triple, but there is a waiting list on there. Right?
And if it was a fire station 10 miles out of town, who cares? That's not what this is. This is our image of our town.
But on the
It
other
can
side
still
of
be
that,
the image of the town with the trees.
Let's go one at a time. Trustee Anderson?
I was going to say, but on the other side of that, yes, costs, we know, things increase in price, you know, services increase in price, that kind of thing. But also our tax revenues have been going up. So I think there's two sides to that. And you can't just
Exactly.
argue one side there. You got to look at the other side though. Yes, our revenues have been going up too. So
Maybe if I could jump
Yes, go ahead.
in, and this has been one of my ambitions on the board to serve our volunteer committees. I see this as an excellent opportunity to empower our tree advisory committee should this project go forward. There's going to be a lot of work in engaging with the public from an educational standpoint, from seeking out partners for this project, or looking for new sources of revenue or income. I think the tree committee is ready to do that kind of work, and I would love to empower them with this should this project.
To do the right, we approve the reduced scope and maybe they could help.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I guess from my standpoint, this is a project that grows, obviously, right? These trees will not be there immediately. There will be a lot of care and appreciation and work that will continue on beyond the maintenance part. If we want it to truly be what it could. And I think the tree committee is.
So, we've all kind of spoken, and there's maybe two thoughts here. You know, we all support the park in one level or another. It sounds like if you feel passionate about making a motion without the reduction,
Yeah.
do that, and if that fails, we go on to
Okay.
just go down the
Thanks. That'd be great. Give me 1 second. I just moved to authorize the staff to finalize the contract with Golden Triangle Construction for future board consideration, inclusive of all of the original amenities that went with the Arboretum.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Trustee Wing has moved. Trustee Olbricht has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Source Sally Albrecht,
No.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
No.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
no,
Trustee Grace,
No.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes, okay. The motion has failed. So let's look at the reductions now. Let's look at maybe just the standard staff recommended reduction. Would that be fair to you guys? For a proposed motion?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask for maybe one modification of the motion, which is inclusive of the recommended cost reduction, but then also create a phased. Come back
What?
to the phased.
A what?
thinking the same.
Oh,
thing.
phased?
Phased,
Okay.
yeah, because right now it's just to approve with inclusive of the recommended cost reductions. But since we're talking about phasing in the rest of the things that we're reducing, I think if we just modify the motion to include having them also come back with the phased. plan.
For this types of
Yeah,
messages.
for the
Administrator Kirk,
future.
any
Is
questions for
that,
that?
I can.
I think perhaps it would be to go and work with the tree committee to talk about phasing and timing, and there's a lot of. We're talking about creating a phasing plan to like add in playground equipment,
Adding the stuff that's been
or
reduced from the original
yeah.
scope.
Okay.
And perhaps including partnerships in supplying some of those elements, like Karen stated.
We can absolutely do that. Do you have an idea of time frame, what you're looking at?
Do you want it the same night, or can that be further down the line?
I think that can be further down the line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then that's no issue. Yeah.
Okay. It is. Yes. Did you want me to make the motion?
If you'd like, yeah.
Okay, I'll do my best to attempt to. I move to authorize staff to finalize a revised construction contract with Golden Triangle Construction for future board consideration, inclusive of the recommended cost reductions, in addition to phased approaches and engaging with the tree committee and other partnerships to add for when we can add the cost reductions back in as presented and outlined in the staff summary.
Second.
Motion's been made by trustee Grace, seconded by trustee Anderson. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Soracelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Okay, the motion has been approved. Thank you very much for that. How are we doing? Keep going?
Yeah.
We'll take just a short break. Well, no, actually, sorry, it's only 7:30.
Only an
I
hour,
thought we'd been talking longer.
No,
Wow.
Could I bring something up on
Yes,
this
go ahead.
before we close the agenda item? Could I make a motion to repeal the 2030 delay on funding?
I think we already did that.
That's
We
right.
already
We have to repeal that.
I don't think so. I think we need the attorney here because last time we brought this up, there was a lot of discussion from the attorney on this point.
Why is the attorney not here?
That's a good question.
Well, Administrator Kirk and I talked, but we just thought any bond or CIP questions she could ask. She asked me. That's my fault. I thought we already repealed that.
We did not.
We did not.
No.
You're gonna ultimately.
I asked to repeal it and I was told I couldn't do that in the same meeting because it wasn't an agenda item.
I don't.
Nor is it agenda item tonight, right?
Yeah, I don't think that is identified as an agenda item
Right.
tonight. We can add that when we bring back.
Yeah,
The,
we're gonna have to do that right.
Yeah.
after the next
you're gonna
one.
have to approve the final contract between the town and GTC anyway. That you're not giving us pre-authorization to do that. So we're gonna have to bring that back to you anyway, and we can just bring that as a specific agenda item to repeal that funding question at the same time.
I would revise my motion to reconsider the 2030 delay on funding prior to the consideration of the finalized construction contract.
I would say that motion is out of order because it needs to be an agenda item.
That's what I'm requesting.
Shouldn't we ask the attorney if that's?
Yeah, I'd love to. I thought she clarified it last time.
Let's just, what another solution we can do right now is just add it under reports.
And if
Okay.
and as
Fair enough.
what's kind of typical board policy is if 3 trustees want an item added to the agenda, you don't need to vote on that. We just need acknowledgement that at least 3 trustees want that added to the agenda. So there's no need for a motion tonight. We can talk about that now or talk about it during reports. But if there's support for adding that to the agenda in conjunction with GTC's construction contract, I think that's easy.
Yeah, let's do under reports. Sounds like there's.
That's fine.
Okay. That'll work. Okay.
Easy enough.
That's a great point. Thank you, trustee Grace. Trustee Wing, or I'm sorry, trustee Murphy, thank you. Okay, so it sounds like we'll just move on now to the final agenda item tonight, which is the Mountain Vista Park cost reduction and financing. Mr. Kirk, are you gonna be presenting or?
I'll present. Daniel has been working primarily on the cost reduction strategy, so he's here to answer question as well.
Great.
But yeah, I'll walk you through the agenda item tonight. What was that? Oh, yes, please.
Grab the remote for you.
Thank you, clerk. Just as a brief reminder for everybody, what we're talking about tonight, Mountain Vista Park, MVP, or what is formerly known as Richardson Park, is located on the north side of Lovin Lake. We've talked about this project many, many times over the last 5.5 years or so. And tonight, we're bringing to you some cost reduction strategies very similar to the discussion we just had about the Arboretum. As you know, we solicited proposals from contractors that included some opinions of probable cost. We identified ECI Site Construction Services as the top construction candidate to be able to support the construction of this park and this project. Their initial opinion of probable cost was a little over $42 million, and we thought there might be some cost savings identified there. As we dug into the revised drawings, as you'll recall, the drawings that we published when we did that opinion of probable cost, it was effectively a 100% construction drawing set for what you see on the screen, excluding the pool. The pool was only at about 60% design, and that's because we, as you may recall, at least the trustees that were on the board at the time, we spent about a year kind of working through the ultimate pool design, whether or not this was going to be the location of an outdoor pool. And so we had put those plans on hold, but we needed to get a cost in front of the board to get an idea of where we were at. After we got that cost, we went through and finalized those design plans with all the feedback from the port committee, the town board, the public. And as we did that, and as the project evolved over that several month period, the cost inflated to roughly $48 million for what is phase one of this park. That's what's outlined on your screen and is not shaded. The shaded area kind of on the bottom left corner or quadrant of the park is what we would identify as phase two or a future phase of the park development. Mountain Vista, Richardson was originally identified in the 2018 Parks Master Plan. I think my memo said 2028, so I apologize for that typo, but in the 2018 Parks Master Plan, from a phasing standpoint, the original 2018 Parks Master Plan identified an outdoor pool as the first phase of our Parks Master Plan, with the ball field construction at Richardson and the first phase of Town Park. Because of our ability to construct the rec center and an indoor pool, the rec center was phase two of that 2018 Parks Master Plan. The rec center and indoor pool got kind of front loaded into what I would call phase one of the 2018 Parks Master Plan, and the ball fields at Richardson got bumped to phase two of that Parks Master Plan. I can show you some of that slide information later if you have interest, but that was generally the outline at the time. When we finished the rec center, we immediately began work on designing Richardson as the next phase of that 2018 Parks Master Plan. That was roughly in 2022, and we've been working on that project since. As you can imagine, and as I outlined in the memo, the cost of this park has, the original estimate for Richardson Park did not include an outdoor pool. That got added in after we took the outdoor pool out of Wagner and closed the outdoor pool at, we replaced the outdoor pool at Wagner with the indoor pool at the rec center, and we took the outdoor pool out of Town Park per the master plan. So we moved it here, and that changed the original cost estimate. We started with a rough cost estimate of $36 million or $32 million when we started design. We got into about 30% design. The architecture team estimated the project at about $45 million. In response, we made some modifications to the project to bring that down to roughly what we believed at the time was $36 million. At 60% design, roughly a year later, the entire scope of the park, not phase one, was estimated by a construction contractor that we hired to do that estimate at just under $90 million. So that spurred a lot of conversation about phasing, changing scope. We made some additional design modifications to simplify construction. We've gotten that project down now after all this ups and downs, again, to about $48 million. We don't believe that's a sustainable number for us, and so we've been working with the contractor under the pre-construction services agreement that you authorized previously to bring that number further down. So where we think we've gotten that number is about $42.5 million. That's inclusive of contingencies and some soft costs. $43.5 million. And we believe that is a number that we can afford to construct. This scope reduction and trend log was included in your packet. Again, Daniel Bondia, our project engineer, has been primarily working with the design team and the contractor to work through these issues. Very similar to what we talked about with the Arboretum, things like changing concrete types, eliminating colored concrete, replacing with standard, eliminating some gravel mow bands between native grass areas and sod areas. curb and gutter at parking lots. The original was a 30-inch wide curb and gutter, and reducing that to more standard 24. No issues with stormwater carrying capacity and less expensive to construct. Reducing some plantings. This is a very heavily planted park, similar to the Arboretum. We reduced plantings by 25%. I would challenge anyone to walk into that park and recognize where those plantings were removed. We did the same exact exercise in Town Park, and I would challenge you to walk through there and point out where we took plants out. There are some bigger items that we think can easily be removed that were included. Removal of concessions building. Actually, when we did the original pro forma for the park, the facility, the sports facilities company that we worked with actually recommended we not install a concessions building. They run a lot of privately operated for-profit sports parks and said we don't use, we don't prioritize concession buildings. We use food trucks and other opportunities that can be moved around the park depending on the events. They can change over time. And so they actually recommended that we don't do that. That's not uncommon. Certainly in the baseball and softball world, when you go to tournaments and things like that, it's very common to have tents or food trucks. We don't operate our concession stand at Vine Park on a regular basis at all currently. So that seemed like an easy reduction in cost and something that could be easily handled with other creative strategies. We did talk about some other architecture and design changes that we could make to the buildings at the pool. As you can imagine, the aquatics facility has an office building. It has a mechanical and equipment building, storage rooms. It has locker room and restroom buildings. And so we can simplify some of those, still have beautiful architecture, but change some of the finishes and things to reduce some costs there. Again, I would challenge anybody to come later and see where those cost reductions occurred. I think we did that very successfully, both at the rec center and Town Park. We did this exact same exercise with both those projects. We are suggesting that we remove some baseball shade structures from the bleachers. It's not common in Colorado to have shade structures over bleachers at baseball fields. As somebody who's been to probably 60 baseball fields in the last 7 years, I can attest to that. I've never been to a single one that has shade structures over bleachers, so that's not uncommon. It's a great addition. The footings will be there. We can add them in the future, but not necessary. We don't have them in our current fields either. Cabanas at the aquatic center, those are a rentable item, and I think we can creatively find ways to add some of those back in. The cabanas that we picked are like resort style cabanas. Part of that is to enhance the user experience, but also to generate additional revenue because those can be rented by visitors. But we will still have a lot of shade at the park that's free or at the aquatics facility that's free. These would just be specific rentable items. So those can be added back in easily in the future as well. And then again, I think there's some other creative ways we can do that are less expensive. Reducing the ball field bullpens and simplifying those. They don't need to be like full professional MLB style bullpens. They can be simplified with a mound and a backstop. Those are great for warm up areas for pitchers, for baseball and softball. Finding a less expensive netting option. One of what I think is a unique feature of the park and that I think is highly desirable is instead of chain link backstops, we're talking about net backstops. That's common in really all modern baseball and softball facilities. It really enhances the visitor experience because you can see through them very easily. If you imagine, like if you've been to Coors Field, there's netting protecting the stands, but you see right through it. You don't even mostly realize it's there. The same is true with modern ball field facilities. But we can look for a less expensive netting system. We did talk about going to chain link, which is less expensive, but I think that's not. We think as a team that's not a good change. It doesn't really enhance user experience long term. And then one of the big areas is saving money on parking lot. So actually, what was originally estimated in the opinion of probable cost was the full parking lot for the full park. So if you go back to this, you imagine. There's a destination playground. There's a large community event lawn that slopes down to the lake. There's 2 additional ball fields. Those have additional parking demand, but we were suggesting to go ahead and build all that parking now for a lot of the same reasons we talked about at the Arboretum. It's more expensive to come back later. But it is an expensive addition for parking that's generally not necessary to support the current phase one plan. So we can take a lot of that parking out, and I'll show you a simplified diagram.
Maintained.
The roads would still be there, all the access and the connections between the two parking areas, but we would eliminate some of the parking space. Basically just parking spaces that we don't need to support phase one of the park. So that's an expensive but also reasonable reduction. And then two other big changes. The current aquatics facility has a slide tower with 3 large water slides. We're suggesting removing one of them, and that's a very large cost savings. Roughly $250,000, somewhere between 150 and 250 million. Excuse me, 150 and 250,000, not million dollars. And then reserving sports field lighting on 2 of the fields. So we would install the conduits and the bases, but not the lighting itself. The field lighting is very expensive. It's purpose built. It has, and there's a reason for that, right? You don't want a lot of shadows. You don't really want any shadows. You want up lighting so that fly balls are visible at nighttime, things like that. Those aren't just like parking lot lights. But we would install lighting on the 2 large fields, just not on the 2 small fields. That's fine in the way that we currently run our recreation programs. That shouldn't impact our ability to make really great, significant use of those, and that's an easy add in the future if we want to spend another $500,000 there. What we would suggest and what you see in yellow are adds back into the project. So one of the things that we're suggesting is that we install artificial turf infields on the 2 large fields. So back to this picture, the 2 large fields on the left side of the west side of the diagram, we would suggest installing artificial turf infields. The outfields would still be natural grass, sod, but the infields being turf would give us a lot more flexibility to utilize those fields with temp fences for softball. It reduces maintenance. It increases playability. It actually improves playability. You don't have to worry about bad hops on turf, when you get ground balls, and you don't have to restripe. You don't have to drag between games. And if it rains, usually the reason you delay is because the infield gets muddy. It's not so much the grass that's the problem, but it's the infield gets muddy and you have to dry it out with additional material, or you have to wait until it dries. You don't have to do that with turf. So this would give us a little more playability and flexibility in the future. The 2 smaller fields, it's reasonable to leave those. They're full dirt infields, like you would see on a softball field or a youth baseball field. We'll lose some of the playability there. And kind of rapid reusability, but we think those are easier to maintain. They're smaller infields, they're simpler to stripe, they're simpler to rake between games, and those could be left out. That's how our current ball fields are at Town Park and at Vine Park. Those are all infield mix or dirt infields. Oops, I went the wrong way. So we're suggesting that we add synthetic turf infields back to the 2 large fields. And then we're also suggesting that we do sod instead of seed in the outfields for those 2 big fields. That will grow in faster. They'll be ready for play sooner and get a little bit higher quality playing surface on those 2 primary fields. We think those are good adds back in. We could take all that back out and that would save us another $1 million. Roughly, but we think those are reasonable and good adds back into the project. So again, here's a parking diagram, just showing that we would leave the connections in green and the parking in green by the 2 large ball fields, but where I would call this not priority parking anyway between the 2 parking areas, that kind of curved connection between the north entrance and the south entrance. And then the parking that's the farthest distance away from the fields on that kind of northeast or top right quadrant, we think it's fine to take those parking spaces out. We would leave the parking spaces necessary to serve the current field complex, but not for the future phases. And that could be easily graded and add back in the future. So again, lighting and synthetic turf added to the big fields. No lighting and dirt infields on the 2 smaller fields. Those are the really big changes. On the aquatic side, we're still talking about maintaining the lazy river, the large aquatic play structure in the very center that you can see slides and in that kind of oval shape in the middle. No changes to the 8-lane lap pool with the deep end and 2 diving boards, the 0 entry recreation pool, no changes to that. And then the large slide tower on the far right side or east side of the aquatics facility, we would do 2 slides instead of 3. This is that slide tower, just to give you some context. It is not small. If we took one slide out, maybe we take the middle one out. I don't know that it really matters which one we choose, but the middle one kind of makes the most sense. That would still be a significant structure with some really cool water slides. I think it'll be a big attraction for families and kids. And even adults like me who love to race my kids down the slide at the rec center. This is that aquatics play structure. We could gain some cost savings. This is a very tall play structure in the middle of the facility by doing some simplification here, but it might be like we take one slide off, and instead of being, I actually don't know the exact height, maybe Daniel knows off the top of his head, but instead of being 30 feet tall, it might be 25 feet tall. Okay, 12, sorry. I'm overstating. But in round numbers, we might shrink it slightly, but it would still have multiple slides, spray buckets, sprays, dumping area. We can simplify that and still save some money there too. This was the cost scope and kind of timing concept that we presented to you to the town board back in November of 2025. I'm not going to go through it in significant detail other than to say that at the time we were expecting a total project budget for Richardson. This is inclusive of soft costs and contingencies of 41.5, and 8.5 for the Arboretum. So in order to build the parks that we want to build now, we would need to increase the budget for the Arboretum. The primary increase in that budget would come from water. As Daniel already articulated, there's water infrastructure that's being built adjacent to and through the park that is not part of the park facility or necessary for the Arboretum, and so the water fund is going to pick up that. It's part of improving our system overall. The same is true at Richardson, and it's actually my fault that money didn't get included in the capital projects fund. It is in Ken's utility budget to extend and expand a loop water line through Richardson Park that goes around to the south to like the estates at Matthews Farm, that area. So that water line connects up and around. And that's a loop to improve pressure and redundancy for our system. It's not necessary for the park. So that money was budgeted in Ken's budget for utilities, Director Matthews' budget, but was not included in our project budget, even though the construction is included in the project. So that was my fault. So that actually is a pretty easy add in our opinion. The others are adding money in from the general fund, from our general fund reserves, adding some additional money from the road impact fund. We will be widening and improving Berthoud Parkway, and these are improvements that are likely to be needed in the future anyway. And so the cost of the widening and the improvements to the roadway along Berthoud Parkway, we would suggest we pay for that with road impact fees. And the offices at the pool, originally we had intended to do 3-season or limited season offices where they would be closed and winterized in the winter. Those are actually designed as 4-season year-round offices. And so we'll be moving aquatics staff in there and housing them there year-round. We're already running out of space at the rec center for staffing, and so that will help us improve and expand our public facilities. It's absolutely reasonable and appropriate to use our public facilities impact fee fund to cover that space or a portion of that space. So we would suggest including another $750,000 from that fund. Public facilities impact fees are collected from new buildings specifically to reduce the impact of new development on our public facilities. So like expanding town hall, expanding our public works facilities, expanding our recreation facilities and offices. We think that's totally reasonable and appropriate. And then adding another $250,000 out of our park development fund. Park development is, similar to public facilities. Park development is a impact fee fund charged to new building, and it's designed to offset the impact of new development to our parks by expanding parks. So adding additional funds in there makes sense. And then lastly, more fund reserves from the 2019 1% fund. The original idea was that we would use $2.5 million. We're suggesting adding an additional $2 million out of those reserves to help cover that cost overage. Oh, and I'm sorry, did I say $500,000 from the general fund as well? What that effectively does is gives us the money with $28 million in CLP financing we discussed back in March. That gives us $43.5 million for the construction of the park, inclusive of soft costs and contingencies. What we're showing in the ongoing revenue for park development, and I know this is small, so I apologize that it is hard to read. In the ongoing revenue for park development, what we're suggesting, and this is not a commitment you're making because you approve by law an annual budget, but what we would suggest is that you think about it in the context of if we use $750,000 annually from the general fund, $150,000 annually from the marijuana 7% excise tax, $450,000 annually from the park development fund, $900,000 annually to cover debt service from the 1998 1% fund, and $1 million annually from the 2019 1% fund, that you would have another $3.25 million to put back into the ongoing cost of this park and for the debt service, and then the remaining funds would go into a pot for future park development. And at the top, where you have Capital Fund 60 and you've got the years 2026, 2027, 2028, in the light blue at the bottom is what we're suggesting is a conservative estimate for what would be available for additional parks in the future. That's assuming that you don't want to draw down reserves again. You could do that for another big park project. We're not drawing down our reserves so much with any of these that we won't have additional reserves. So in a couple of years, we may have a lot more in our fund reserve. You may choose to spend a chunk of that on a park. I'm just saying if you only take some operating funds and set those aside annually, that you could have somewhere between 10 and 15 million by 2032 and 2035. One thing I did include in this slide, but that I didn't want to get bogged down in because you haven't actually approved the mid-year budget adjustment, which you will do hopefully in August. But all of our initial financial projections were based on lower starting fund balances. So when we said, here's how much money we currently have in the bank, that was based on our projected ending fund balance for 2025. That was prior to us actually finishing that fiscal year. We finished the year significantly better than what our projected ending fund balance was. So we started this year with more money than we thought we were going to.
Can you give us an idea?
Yeah. And so it's somewhere, it's in the several $1 million range. So
3 to 5 million
yeah.
over where we thought our balance.
It's every single fund had overages.
Okay.
So in total, it's millions. But what we were suggesting was that the ending fund balances at the end of 2026, with the money already budgeted, are in that bottom left spreadsheet. And what, including the additions to the budget that I've suggested here, and the additions to the budget because our beginning fund balance was higher than we originally estimated, this is what we would expect our changed ending fund balances for 2026 to roughly be. And so I put that in here because I wanted to point out, originally we would have expected our general fund, and I'm sorry, I actually screwed up on the water because that was already included. On the general fund, our original estimated ending fund balance was a little over 12 million. Even with adding $500,000, we would still be somewhere in the, excuse me. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong slide. I'm sorry. I'm confusing myself. Let's take a pause. This slide shows what our projected ending fund balances would be.
On the bottom left.
On the bottom left, with the additions to the budget that we're suggesting. So if we add $500,000 to the project from the general fund, our projected ending fund balance would go from 12 million to 11,540,000. 12,040,000 to 11,540,000. That's a simple delta of $500,000. All of that is the case here. I didn't include this.
Could you just clarify what the $500,000 delta is? What is that?
That's just what we're saying is in order to get to that $43.5 million, we need another $500,000.
Okay.
So we'd be taking
Okay.
another
Got it.
$500,000 out of the general fund and putting it into this project budget.
Thank you.
What I did not include in your packet on purpose because you haven't approved the projected supplement in August yet, but we have end of year numbers. We finished the year significantly higher than what we projected. Some of that is because we didn't spend some of this money on parks projects that we had planned. Some of that is because we took in more revenue and we spent less money than we expected. But with the higher ending fund balances that that exist, right? We started the year with more money in our savings account than what we had expected when we put these numbers together originally. The general fund is actually expected to end up, even after spending $5.5 million on Richardson or MVP and $1 million on the Arboretum, we would still end up with $16 million, $404,000 in our general fund. Our original projection was 12. Again, that's because we performed significantly better last year than we thought we would. The same is true in all these funds. The projected ending fund balances actually end up higher in essentially every category, with the exception of the 2019 1% fund, because we're talking about taking $2 million out of our savings account there. And so that's a big drawdown, but still higher than what our original change would have been, because we have more money in our savings account than what we had estimated originally. And the park development fund ends up about equal to what the estimated ending fund balance was in our prior budget, versus what we believe it will be based on the year-end numbers last year that have been updated since we put all these initial projections together. I hope some of that makes sense.
So
I'm not even sure it makes sense to me after I just explained it all. It does, but I don't know that I explained that very well. So please feel free to ask any questions that you have. The short answer is, what I think I'm trying to suggest to you is we can increase the budgets for both of these projects by drawing down reserves in a larger dollar amount than what we originally anticipated, and still end up with higher ending fund balances than we originally anticipated, because we performed better last year than we thought we were going to.
Do you happen to have projections that show what the general fund would look like in 5 years with these changes, and specifically the 1998 1% sales tax and the 2019 1% sales tax, and how that impacts all the other funds? Because there's lots of transfers that also come out of those funds that are being proposed for for yearly maintenance of that COP.
So I don't have that to show you tonight. If you go back to the budget that we originally presented, our draft budget back in 2025, that we presented in 2025, but the budget for 2026 does show future year projections. When you adopt the budget in December, it doesn't show future year projections because legally you're only adopting a 1-year budget. But we do try to show you those projections as we move forward. In both of those cases, with the park spending and the transfer out to these projects, the general fund, the 1998 1% fund, and the 2019 1% fund all continue to perform very well. What you do see is a slight drawdown in the 2019 1% fund, and that's because in my opinion, what we're doing is a very conservative revenue projection in future years. But we can adjust where we draw down some of those funds for debt service from. So, for instance, the 1998 1% fund, you would see over 5 years, you would see the ending fund balance increase. In the 2019 1% fund, you would see it decrease by a couple $100,000 over 5 years. But if we take a little bit more money out of the 1998 1% fund, assuming that that's exactly what happens, and I can guarantee that it won't, because I think our revenue estimations are very conservative, and our expense projections are conservative as well on the high side. But if that was the case, we could take a little more money out of the 1998 1% fund to cover debt service if we needed to, or even the general fund or any available funds that are available to pay down that COP payment. And that would balance out that other fund. So I think we have more than enough money to both build this project, to service the COP payments, and to continue to operate these funds in the future, or these projects in the future. The budget that we presented in October did include, with those 5-year projections, it did include increased operational expenses for the Arboretum and Richardson, or MVP, as we looked out into future years. So we accounted for the increased staffing, equipment, materials that'll be necessary to maintain these parks because they do cost, right? These are not inexpensive parks to maintain. So we accounted for that in our future year projections, and we accounted for the COP payments. We also left all of our existing expenses in those future projections, assuming that we're going to continue to do sidewalk projects and streets projects and open space acquisitions in the same amounts that we're doing now. So we could just say, look, we can continue to do what we're doing now with the money that we have now, plus these things, and still be financially fine 5 years from now. So I'm happy to bring that back to you if that's helpful for the board.
One question. If you add these balances up, they come out to be around 44 million. And then we talk about having reserves of $130 million plus. Could you just say what the difference is?
Sure. This is just a small slice of our budget.
Okay.
So, this doesn't include the water source of supply fund. It doesn't include the wastewater fund. It doesn't include the BATS fund, the Larimer County Open Space Tax
Fund.
Fund.
90 million we have in reserves in different accounts.
Correct.
Accurate?
Yeah. So, currently as of June 2026, we had $23.8 million in our general fund reserve. In total reserves, we have a little over 143 million. So I think I said 144, but it's a little over 143.
Although those meant much of that is earmarked.
Much of those are restricted funds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but they're not being applied to these, to this project. And I think where it really matters is the general fund, the 2018 1% fund, or the 2019 1% fund, and the 1998 1% fund. Those are the three big funds that we would be using for parks, open space, streets, trails, public safety.
You're right. Those are earmarked. But my point was, we're financially very secure in many, many other areas that we need to potentially need to fund.
And I think that's, we talked about this last year as well in one of the many meetings we had about these projects. We've spent over $50 million on parks and open space in the last 8 years. At the same time, when I started in January of 2018, we had $2.8 million in reserves in our general fund. We have almost $24 million today. That's after spending $50 million on parks and open space projects. I think we had $32 million in total fund reserves in 2018, January 2018 when I started. We have roughly $143.5 million in reserves across all funds today. So even while we're executing major utility projects, building rec centers, town parks, bike parks, pickleball courts, trails, our fund balances have all increased since over the last 8 years. That's great financial planning and management by Cindy and our finance team. All of our departments and department heads, they're very frugal in the way that they operate their sides of the businesses. And we budget very conservatively. So I think we've exceeded our revenue projections every year because we budget our revenue very conservatively. We'd rather count the chickens after they hatch.
One important, just a question here. I thought the payment would be coming out of the 98. Is it proposed now to different, kind of spread out?
The way that we're proposing is that it would come from both. It could fully come from one or the other, but we're just saying let's plan for it to come from both, the 1998 and the 2019.
One each.
But we can use any available revenue to support that, any legally available revenue to support the payment of those COPs.
And so what do you think from each account are you looking at?
So what I have shown here is $900,000 annually from the 1998 1% fund and $1 million annually from the 2019 1% fund. That's in that kind of third line down in purple, or the third kind of groups of boxes down.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just clarify, when you know the legally available funds, right? There's 20 different funds, and again, as Trustee Anderson highlighted, some of them are like enterprise funds, county funds, that sort of thing.
We could not use those.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's only really 4, 3 large ones, and the marijuana 7% that might be eligible. So out of 20 funds, there's really only 4 that would be legally available to pay the COP. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Other questions right now?
I have one more.
Yes.
I hate to even ask you this off the top of your head, but how have you seen those revenues grow over the last 5 years? I mean, has it been an average of 10%? Has it been an average of I mean, what percentage have you seen those grow over the last 5 years?
Yeah. So the annual percentage increase has not been small. It's leveled off lately. Growth has slowed. The economy's slowed.
Right.
But just I'll give you a specific number. In 2021, our actual sales tax revenue, not including building permits, for 1% of one of the 1% funds was basically $2.2 million. In 2024, it was almost 2.6. In 2025, it was higher than 2.6. So our revenues have climbed substantially. I would say roughly in the 20% range over the last 5 years.
And you think this project might help increase the sales tax?
Certainly.
revenue?
I mean, it'll generate additional economic activity. We've talked about that at previous meetings as well. I think we have some really high level projections. But the annual spending in town is likely to be in the millions of dollars range. That might get driven by additional visits to town from folks in the region coming to the aquatics facility or baseball tournaments, softball tournaments. So yeah, we would expect there to be additional economic activity. And there is a lot of commercial development in the pipeline. We're not counting that. So when we look at projecting revenue growth, we use roughly a 3% number annually. We've exceeded that number consistently. But we're not counting on, like, for instance, I know there are businesses that have already submitted site plan applications to the town that will generate additional sales tax revenue the town doesn't currently have. We're not counting on that in these projections, because until the doors open and the certificate of occupancy is issued, lots of things can happen. So we're not counting on those revenues yet. But there are developments like that in the pipeline right now. So I would fully expect that over the next 5 years, we will outperform our projections. And I think we've demonstrated that over the last 8.5 years.
For like the 98 or the 2019, about 2.4 million. Again, average.
In total sales tax revenue, it's more than that. It's over 3 million.
In each one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Other questions?
Will any of these reductions impact the revenue coming from?
In our opinion, no. The one caveat might be that we might not be as attractive for tournament play, but we didn't plan a lot of tournaments in our kind of operating pro forma. I think we were we were very conservative in how many tournaments we would host initially, just because we don't know yet how many might want to come and rent those fields for those activities and how many we might want to host. Having turf infields or all turf fields increases your desirability for tournament play. Again, you can have way more games in a day because it doesn't tear the field up the same way, right? You don't have to have somebody out there raking it every time a game ends or even between games or during innings. So turf reduces the maintenance burdens for tournaments. But I think having the two fields with the turf infields will still give us a great draw.
And then with cutting back on the parking, if we were to have a Hornstock concert at our ball fields, could we park people in the field or along those roads? They could just park without having designated painted slots, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
I have kind of an odd question for you.
Sorry, just trust me, you're next. Right?
I'm sorry.
You can go first. I've got.
Are these fields, would they be available for things like soccer tournaments where they could be convertible, like for other sports tournaments as well?
Yeah. So we can run a variety of different things out there. Originally, we had planned all turf, and we had designed them size-wise where you could actually fit a full-size soccer field on them. With two different surfaces, you can't really do that as well, right? You can't have people playing on half turf, half grass.
Right.
That's the other benefit of having all artificial turf is they're significantly more flexible. But we can still do a variety of different things out there. One of the things we do right now in our current programming is like we have our flag football programs. Everybody gets one game under the lights every year. They do a night game, and we do that in the outfields at Vine Park. So we can fit like a flag football field on those fields. There are some other activities we can do out there. We'll do kickball and adult softball and other things on those fields as well, but they are less flexible because they're two different surfaces.
But the rec center can accommodate a lot of soccer, right on that.
Yeah, and that
Those
was
are
one of
big
the
fields.
that was one of the big discussions that we had. Much like I'll go back to the Arboretum conversation, and we talked about taking out some play amenities. And one of the things we said was, okay, it's a bummer to lose some of these. They're kind of cool, creative play amenities, log climbers and things like that. But we do have a playground at Wagner Farm, a great playground that's quarter mile from the middle of the Arboretum, right? So do we really need another one of those? And the same was true when we were talking about, do we really need today full artificial turf fields that can host a full-size soccer field? No, because we have awesome multi-purpose fields at the rec center where we can host some of that stuff. So it would be great. It would give us lots of flexibility now and in the future. But is that something we can't live without today? The answer is no. And in the future, if we wanted to convert those big fields to all artificial, and even the two future fields to the south, we may be able to add some of that flexibility at some point in the future if we wanted to.
Yeah, I had a couple. Looking at the slide we've got up right now, it's what you're suggesting, Administrator Kirk, is for all other parks and rec objectives, we would likely have 16 million out at 2035.
I think in a conservative estimation, yes.
For handling open space, trails, Richardson Phase 2, the completion of Phase 1, Newell Farm Park, Knievel, if any of those were considerations for this or the future board?
So yes and no. So this does, our budget would continue to include funds set aside for open space acquisitions in the same amounts that we're doing now. That's not impacted by this.
300,000, correct?
Yes, that's what the board's previously authorized. We also have some properties that we purchased that we'll be recommending that you sell. So like when we purchased the Shaw Farm, the intent was to conserve it, preserve the trail corridor along the river, and sell the farm to continue to be operated as a farm by a private individual under a conservation easement. We'll take that money and put it back into our open space fund. The same is true of the Beefus Farm. We will suggest to you very soon that you subdivide off a 3-acre parcel with the existing house, and that we sell that house with 3 acres and put that money back into our open space fund and preserve the farm separately as town-owned property. So I think there's other ways to generate funds back into our open space program. And we've been very aggressive. We've spent $6.5 million on open space in the last 3 years. So we have not been sitting on the sidelines. We've been actively acquiring, with your support and direction, major open space tracts. And I think we'll still be able to do a lot of that work as we go forward.
Okay. I just bring up the open space thing because I don't think we've asked the public whether they'd like us to turn around and sell these lands or not.
Sure.
I don't think that would be a popular thing without having the community on board. But I would like to bring up, if we could bring up the slide for the value engineering. I just wanted to get this straight, I guess. We've got a long list of high range, low range. It looks like these costs have been averaged. So after several months of having our contractor on board, we're still estimating all of these costs, correct?
Yes. So yes and no. The contractor has bid out to subcontractors, like 300 subcontractors or so, of the current plans. The reason why these are estimates is because we haven't designed any of these, and so they haven't been bid yet.
Okay.
But these are based on bid numbers for the existing plans, unit prices, and making some, I think, very educated assumptions about what those reductions will actually be. Is that fair to say, Daniel?
Yeah, what we've seen is that to get completely accurate bids from the multitude, there was quite a long list of subs that we were provided with, but to get fully accurate bids that would be binding via contract, the drawings have to reflect whatever changes we are authorizing.
And so these necessarily have to be a range. But again, I think these are, we
and
feel very confident
very
about these.
conservative.
Okay. So is it safe to assume that all of these are on the chopping block, for lack of a better word, and provided these come in on the low end, we could add some of those selectively back in?
Yes.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if every single one of these was the high range and it wasn't some average or even some of the big ones were, and we had additional funds, yes, we could come back to you and add things back in.
Okay.
We did the exact same thing at the rec center. We cut a large number of things out of the project initially, and we were able to get down to a number that we felt really strong about, and we were able to add some elements back in that we had taken out. The slide timer is a good example. The slide timer, which is a big hit, still is today. It's one of the it's a very well reviewed part of the aquatics facility at the rec center. That slide timer was like $45,000. You know, all the wiring and infrastructure necessary to do that, and that was an add-in back when we were able to bring the total cost of the project down. So we would expect that if we're able to do that, we would come back and recommend to you that we add some of these things back in.
And again, a lot of these selections for reduction are chosen for their ability to be phased back in without any large changes to the park.
Sure.
Some of those caveats are things like, look, once you go from colored to standard gray concrete, it'll always be standard gray. So, I mean, that's okay. I was telling one of the trustees about the rec center. I don't know that most of the trustees or any of the trustees remember this or even maybe no. But the original plan for the rec center was the vast majority of the concrete on site was actually going to be pavers. We thought it had a great look. It was really unique. It was going to, really add to the charm. It was a very expensive addition over sand finished gray concrete with some unique score cut lines. And so we switched those out. I would venture to guess nobody's ever visited the rec center and gone, man, this would be really great if this was all pavers. So, I think it's one of those, like, I always say, if you never had air conditioning, you'd never miss it. So if it was never, if you never had it, you wouldn't know the difference. So if you never had colored concrete, you'd never miss it.
I
wish it was gray.
I've still got additional questions. Just to follow up on that one point, the recommendation tonight is calling for the removal of one slide, the lighting from 2 of the 4 ball fields, and adding the artificial turf to 2 ball fields. Is that correct? Those are being asked for tonight.
Including all the other things that are on this list. So everything identified in the cost reduction log.
They do say selected on them, but they're really just our recommendations.
That's
Everything
the contractor saying staff has selected these items.
Okay, so that would probably require a rewrite of the directive to open up all of the amenities on this sheet here, correct? To consideration by staff and the contractor.
See what you're saying. There's 7 items on here, and you've got 25.
There's a difference between the motion that's been provided to the board versus the actual amenities on this list.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's the motion.
I think I
You
do.
want to go off the one off the packet, right? Not the one off.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you want to go off the one off the packet, not what's here. Sorry.
Okay.
I do think number 4 kind of encompasses it by setting the budget, so that they're staying within those parameters. And so I think it's assumed that those items are included in removal.
That's true.
Did have a few more. Going back to the memorandum, it does state in there that staff believed there was a reasonable path to bring this project near the town's construction budget of $38 million. Why did staff believe that when we didn't have one contractor meet that?
Actually, because ECI specifically said they thought they could get us from 42 to 38. It was in their proposal that
we did have 3 contractors who believed that was an attainable target.
That's true. That was all explained previously when we talked about contractor selection.
Okay. I know we've been over that. I'm just trying to reiterate some of these things for the new board members. My additional questions had to do with that. I think it's important that the work of the port committee and the past board is recognized here. And I had concerns for why the memorandum omitted the pause on Richardson in 2024 to conduct a survey. That was missing from the memorandum. It omitted information on board committee and citizen engagement from August of 2024 to May of 2025, where the board committee and staff pursued Wagner pool option. And most notably, it omitted information on the unanimous board motion by trustee Ayers and seconded by trustee Albrecht on May 13th, 2025, directing staff to engage with BRS Architecture to complete full design and bid documents for the future construction of outdoor pool addition at the rec center. And that motion remains in place to this day. That hasn't been handled or removed. I'm still in support of that unanimous motion by the prior board.
Yeah, just to be, I'm sorry, catching this a little late, Trustee Murphy, but just to be fair with every.
Sure. I'm wrapping up, sorry. That remains unresolved by the staff and the prior board. I'm just curious why these critical matters aren't part of the story of this project, even if that's the direction that.
I
prior
intentionally
board
wrote a
chose.
brief memo.
Okay.
I didn't articulate everything that's happened since 2016 when the original port plan was identified, or since the 2018 master plan was identified. I was trying to tell a very specific story to get us to the place we're at now. I didn't intend to litigate everything that's happened over the last 8.5 years or 10 years related to this project, but if you want to do that, we certainly can.
It was still 5 pages.
I still don't, from a practical standpoint, I'm not sure if the board still expected us to build an outdoor pool, design and build an outdoor pool at Wagner Farm Park. I believe that decision was changed by this town board over several meetings over the last year. So if I misunderstood that and the board is expecting us to do that, then that's on me. I'll gladly take the responsibility for that. We had many meetings about this project and that project, where I believe the decision was made to prioritize an outdoor aquatics complex at Richardson, not at Wagner. And so, no, we have not pursued any additional construction drawings on the pool at Wagner. I think we explored that based on the board's direction. We came back, we had multiple meetings with you. The town board said, we're prioritizing the pool at Richardson, and we stopped all work on the Wagner pool option. If you want us to design another pool at Wagner, we can certainly do that.
Thanks for saving us the money.
I think it's important to recognize that there is another outstanding direction that wasn't executed.
I disagree.
You disagree?
Strongly.
Let's
Okay.
bring that back during comments.
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. That's all I have for questions.
Good question.
Yeah, I have questions and comments, so I don't know.
I know it's tough to try to get to the
Okay.
story.
Sure. Okay. So just to give context here, the end of the year 2025 budget that was presented to the board that I wasn't a part of, I have not received. Well, I received a printed copy of it today at 1 p.m. And I hadn't seen it previously. So I'm working off of the 2026 budget book, which does include a 5-year projection in that budget book. And by running based on, and I've spent like 30 hours running this because I had previously asked for a forecast, like a more detailed forecast. And in lack of receiving that, I went ahead and just pulled the numbers and started running numbers on my own because this is a pretty heavy decision, right? So bottom line, based on the 7 to 10 different scenarios I ran, I don't see that our 1% sales tax funds for 1998 and 2019 stay positive. My calculations are showing that they go negative in 2027 and even more negative in 2028. And it doesn't include any of the operating or maintenance costs for Richardson coming out of those funds as well. And so I am trying to understand how all of my scenarios came out negative, but the ones that are being presented to us have not. And I'm really trying to connect.
I would
where
love to
that's
review
missing.
your scenarios, and perhaps they're better than mine.
Okay. Did you want me to do that?
I don't think we need to do that tonight.
Yeah, if there's a.
And I think, I think Cindy Leach, our finance director, articulated this to you directly, and I think has articulated in the past that she believes that these funds are fine and that we can afford this project, both the construction and the maintenance. And perhaps I misunderstood. She gave me a download of the meeting you had with her today, and she articulated to me that she articulated to you that we can afford to construct and operate this project. So if the board would like to have another session where we can go through all those finances in detail, I'm happy to do that.
No.
So you're saying that you don't want to take a look, even though potentially there's. Let me run through a couple of the scenarios.
I think you sit and talk to the lady. You came with all the numbers, and what's the difference? Where do you have the delta? It's black and white. It'll show up. It's their numbers, and so your scenario is assuming something that she's not. I don't think we need to take all the board's time to go over your 30 hours of iteration of finances. I think you talk to the town finance
She
person
couldn't answer
and
my
reconcile
questions.
your numbers.
Cindy was not able to, when I asked her these same questions that I would have asked, Chris Kirk, if you were in that meeting as well with me today, would have asked the same questions, and I was not able to get an answer
Okay.
as to why.
That's shocking because the amount of knowledge she has and the job she has done in the
I don't think
past
anyone's
has
questioning.
been unbelievable.
And I didn't participate in that meeting because I wasn't invited to it originally. So
Okay. All right. Do you have any maybe particular thing, a high level thing that might know? Like, so you're saying it goes into a negative.
Mhm.
Maybe we can't get all 6 of those scenarios. It'd be tough to do that tonight.
And I think that what we need to do is bring that back.
Then I think that
So I'm happy to do that.
directing staff to prepare the resolution necessary to formalize authorization of the issuance of certificates of participation is probably not something we should do tonight.
Yeah, we'll vote on it. We'll vote on it. See where the vote goes.
Yeah. I think that'll be part of the discussion.
Absolutely.
And if the board would like us to bring back a comprehensive 5-year financial projection that we've provided to you before, I'm happy to do that.
I just want us to state a question
Yeah,
so that
I
we
agree.
could honor the public feedback and then come back and deliberate these things because it feels out of order to me.
Well, I think there's due process reasons for doing exactly that.
Absolutely.
That's why I was saying I have comments and questions, and I wasn't sure if I should wait until
Questions.
now or later.
Questions. Is there any additional questions? Just curious.
I will wait till after public comment, just to make sure that I'm honoring public comment time.
I have one question. I'm sorry to do this again to you, Chris, but
That's okay.
can you kind of outline really, I mean, very quickly, like dot points? At what point over the last, I don't know, it's been what, 8 years? Has the public been able to provide their thoughts about this project?
Yeah, so I mean, at a high level, during the 2018 master plan, there was a lot of public involvement, public workshops, surveys, those kinds of things. There was a lot of survey work that was done in the 2016 master plan that identified ball fields, some other things, but not really specific to this. We've had these projects presented at Oktoberfests and Berthoud Days and farmers markets to get feedback from the public. There's been a couple different surveys done over the last few years, specific to general parks and recreation, but also specific to some of these projects. Facebook outreach, I don't know, a handful of different things. And there's been lots of public meetings. We've had
Obviously, meetings
port
like
committee
this.
meetings, town board meetings, joint port committee and town board meetings. Most of that's taken place over the last 2 years.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I did.
Trustee Holbrook.
Do we have projected annual operating expenses versus revenue from both the ball field and the water park?
Mhm.
Separate entities?
Yeah, and we presented that previously, but I think because we have 3 new trustees, we probably need to do that again.
So what was that one?
Oh, I was just saying we presented that previously to a prior board, but I think it's worth bringing back to you, depending on what you vote to do tonight. If you vote for us to continue to move this project forward, we can bring that all back to you before you finalize any of those documents in the same conversation where you might be voting on those.
Did the revenue cover the operating expenses?
It did.
Was that based on the presumption that the rec center covers 90% of their expenses through their revenue?
No, it had nothing to do with the rec center.
How were the costs, like the revenue, how was that estimated?
It was estimated based on we put together a spreadsheet pro forma that said, here's how many days we think the facility is going to be open. Here's how many passes we think we'll sell. Here's how many visitors a day we'll have and what we'll charge. Here's what we'll generate in concessions and cabana rentals and party room rentals. Here's what we'll generate in tournament revenue and fees. And then here's what we think it'll cost in staffing to do that. Staffing and utilities and all that. That was all in a
I would agree with Trustee Ober.
prior
That might
presentation.
be helpful to see
Sure.
before we finalize it.
100%. Yeah. Yep.
Questions, Sue? Other questions? Any bond consideration? I know that wasn't an agenda item tonight, but is this still possible? Or
The interest rates really haven't changed. They're effectively the same as they were before.
since it's not on the agenda tonight, it's just focused on the COP. That would go to head.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I didn't understand what you're saying.
Would there still be time? I guess what's the deadline when you get a bond on the agenda? On the ballot, the county ballot.
If the board wanted to add a bond question to the November ballot, I'd have to double check the election calendar. I don't know off the top of my head. I think that there is a deadline to notify the county of our intent to participate that occurred this month. Okay. But the actual finalizing the bond language and that stuff doesn't need to occur yet. I think we have some more time to make that decision.
And we could potentially, even though we had to notify the county this month, maybe fine.
We'll have to confirm that with the county. I think our bond council feels like that's fine, but that might be up to the county.
Let me piggyback on that. If we looked at two timelines, one, if we approve the COP, let's say shortly, and one if we decided to go with bonds and do the bond vote in November, how would that impact the project being started and completed?
I think we're probably talking about a few months difference in timeline. I don't think it's significant at this point. What I articulated in the memo, and I think we need to be really explicit about, is we've already missed the window to be able to build a pool and have it open in 2027. There's lead times associated with some equipment that I think our pool subcontractors feel like are 12 plus months. And so by not being under construction and not having those parts ordered, there's no way that I think we can practically have a pool open in 2027. So what we're talking about now is what do we need to do in order to get a pool open in 2028, if that's still a priority of this town board. And I want to be really explicitly clear. I've been operating under the assumption since 2018 that this was the next project. We've been working that plan as staff. I don't care personally if this project gets built. I think it's a fantastic project. And as the town administrator, I think it's a great addition to the community. I'm not advocating for or against this project. What I'm trying to explain to you is if you want to build this project, I think we can afford to build it, and I think we can afford to maintain it. That's the only thing that matters to me. If you want to build it, awesome. If you don't, awesome. It makes no difference to me, and it makes no difference to our staff. It does to our rec team because we're limited on how many things we can do in our pool and how many things we can do in our fields. We've already articulated that to this board. But ultimately, the choice about whether or not to build this park is yours. It's not mine. What I'm trying to articulate to you is that we can afford to build it and we can afford to operate and maintain it.
Any questions before we open it up? No problem if you do. Okay. At this time, I'll open it up to the public for comment. If anyone signed up. And, Mr. Woody, say Guggenheim. I hope I have it right. I know you signed up for another one. I'm going to put you first on this one because I moved you off the general. So go ahead.
I did a phonetic thing there before. Did you see that?
Oh no! Thanks for sparing me. Now I embarrass myself anyway.
Come on, yeah. Sorry, I messed this up. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. It's been butchered since second grade. No big deal. Anyway, hey, thanks for your response earlier today, Mayor. Page 20 of the 2024 port survey indicates the parks as being number one on the list. I think this Richardson project fits that bill. My opinion, our optics are terrible. We've messed around with too many meetings and not enough action. This is the time to make a decision. A gentleman 2 weeks ago spoke about inflated costs and threw out wildly inaccurate figures. I said, too much focus on the cost. Of course, we're nailing down the cost before we proceed. This to infer otherwise is ludicrous. The investment is in the future. This investment is the future of Berthoud. We can, the demand exists. This project will draw a lot of people. There's a lot of things that I think were just kind of inferred generally tonight that I think if you dig down deeper, you can really see how the revenue will support it. None of these, there's no kid here in Berthoud that's ever been able to play on a home baseball field. They're just inadequate, incredibly inadequate. And for us to kick this can down the road any further is going to be, I think, not a good decision. Another super side benefit for sure, but there's kids here that can't get good jobs in Berthoud. They got to go to Longmont, they got to go to Loveland. So you've got lifeguards, you've got umpires. There's lots of different things that can happen with this baseball field and this pool. I swim, so I'm a lifeguard. We have 20 people for 3 lanes. I mean, with this park, you'd have to have 2 to 3 times as many people to service it. So there's, another 40 kids that can have a decent paying job. I don't think we can procrastinate any longer. I think we need to get a spade in the ground as soon as possible. And I wore this shirt on purpose because, as Nike aptly says, just do it. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Very much. Carolyn Hobson.
Hi there. Carolyn Hobson. I'm a port committee member, so I've been working on this project for 4.5 years. My main question tonight, I guess, is if you don't choose to go forward, then what? I mean, we're so far down the road on this, and we know cash is not an option. We know going back to the drawing board is not an option. I think it's for trustees who have been on this board a long time, or for people who were very involved with the rec center COP debacle, and maybe are afraid of going through that again. I think it's very telling that there is no one here. There's the same handful of people who have come all the time to these meetings. There's not a giant uproar about the funding, despite Trustee Murphy, people trying to get the word out there about these meetings, and people might have comments on Facebook, but I just think if the town were really concerned about taking out the COP, they would be here. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Christine Torres.
Hello again. Christine Torres, 3930 Arley Drive. In 2018, the Parks Master Plan was created. 3 of the priority projects identified were Wagner Farm, Mountain View Park, and renovation of Berthoud Town Park. 2 of 3 have been completed. At this time, we're looking at finally finishing Mountain View Park. I personally was on the 2018 Kids and Community that got the sales tax to pass, and specifically earmarked for this project. We've been working on it forever. I've talked, so I was also president of the Berthoud High School Athletic Club. I know intrinsically the needs of the teams, of their funding. So Buddy Coons told me that currently they have to go for funding to Loveland. They make $6,000 to $8,000. They'll make an additional $4,000 because they can do concessions, as Chris Kirk said. I want to talk about the missing piece of the trails because Sean Murphy always talks about needing trails. This will connect our bike park to the MVP to the rec center. That's the missing key for that. So Sean, that'll fulfill that for you. Also, we need to talk about funding. So I did talk to a trustee because I too was concerned about the COP $2 million a year payment. And she spoke to Cindy, and Cindy said she's completely knows that the 2018 and 1998 1% sales tax can fulfill that. And in fact, in 3 to 5 years, we will increase our revenue by $1 to $2 million. There's a lot of commercial on the books. I know, I'm a realtor. There's a lot. Okay, that's going to increase. That's a 21 versus 7.2 or whatever of the property tax. They generate a ton of taxes for us. Property tax and then the sales tax. Kids and Community is indicative of just that. We need the fields. We don't have enough for our rec center. We don't have enough for our high school teams. Our swim team, and our public needs the swimming pools. And then lastly, again, the trails. This fulfills all 3 things our Kids and Community needs. It is completely funded and able to be funded by the 2018 and the 1998. I can't say that enough. I want to go against, I'm sorry, but what Sean keeps putting out on Facebook is not the full truth, and it's making me nuts. So I have to stand here and speak to that 3 times. Finally, I really hope that we fulfill the needs of our community. This is something we've been asking for since 2016. Our 2024 spoke to this in the survey as being a need. As that gentleman said, our parks are the highest priority here in Berthoud. So please pass this finally so we could fill the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lauren Roth.
Hi, my name's Lauren Roth. I live at 1735 Exeter Street, and I'm currently on the Port Committee as well and have been for the last 5 years. So I've done a ton of work and met with several of you over the years working on this project, and I'm really excited to see it get to this point. I agree with Carolyn. You know, we look at these huge projects, and I think what we're seeing on our side with all the work and time and effort that we put into this is the benefit to the community. It's a huge price tag. I do think I've been an opponent of certain parts of it. We've worked through a lot of things. You know, I was one of the big proponents of doing the survey back in 2024 because I felt like the way that the project was going, it wasn't going to fill the needs of the community in a way that would, in any kind of timeline that would make a huge difference. I think that we've worked out all those problems. I think that we've found a way to find the funding, and I really do appreciate that. That being said, looking at the list of value engineering, Chris and I have very differing opinions on artificial turf, and we've talked about this many times. 25 out of 30 MLB baseball fields are grass. The remaining 5 are either indoor or domes. So they need to have artificial turf. If you talk to any Little League player, any high school player, they prefer grass. Grass, it leads to less ACL injuries. It's also healthier. This is a park that funnels down into a lake that provides irrigation to our surrounding areas. I think it's reasonable to look at the fact that we probably need to put grass in a place that we call the garden spot. I also want to think about the cost. I don't know. I wasn't at the meeting that we talked about cost for admission to the park. We've asked that question on Port, and we were told that they didn't have anything finalized yet. So I wasn't sure if there were numbers. I'm just hopeful that that's something, looking at that enormous water park, that it's something that's attainable. I want kids to be able to go down there with their $5 allowance or whatever it is to get into the park and be able to use those facilities and not count on people coming necessarily from out of town, and being able to have our citizens be able to use it as well frequently in the summer. The other thing I wanted to talk about, and I didn't know whether to talk about this in the beginning or right now, as you guys are going forward with this, I know this is to replace the baseball fields at Town Park, but I want you to keep in the back of your mind that we're pulling 2 baseball fields out of the middle of the town that I think are part of every small town, what we should be. One of the things being replaced at Town Park is an amphitheater, which we are clearly doing at Newell Farm, and we also have a sort of amphitheater area at Wagner Farm. So if you could look at keeping maybe one of those baseball fields, I would think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alex Whitney, Mr. Whitney, if you don't mind, this is not you in particular. This is actually quite brief. Do you mind taking the cover off? Oh, I think it's you.
The cover covers up some things that are missing. Hi. Alex Hoyme, 2033 Cuda Court in Berthoud here. So I'm coming here tonight as a parent of a couple baseball players that are going through high school right now. And we have our home games in Fort Collins, and my older son had a bunch of home games in Longmont because the club he joined, it was only available in Longmont. We've currently got the Berthoud Baseball Club that has been going on for just a couple of years now, and they're now up to a combination of 100 players and coaches. And for every one of the home games, we take 100 players and all their families, and we go to Fort Collins, or we go to Loveland, or wherever. And this baseball club is continuing to grow, and that's just one small piece of this, but it's so huge in the economic impact. And I think that economic impact is something we need to tout more, whether it be, the amount of property, or not property tax, but tax revenue that's going to be sales tax revenue that's going to be brought in is immense. I don't think we're even coming close to that in the estimates. And the other benefits of having the construction in town and all the money that brings with the employment and just supporting other local suppliers on the funds that we're bringing in there. Property value increases as well. Just when we enhance our community, it enhances the value of that community and draws more people in. I know some people are not open to drawing more people in, but yeah, I think there's so many impacts that this has economically to where, you know, the numbers that we're looking are a mere fraction of the, you know, 10, 20-year impact this is going to have. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That includes those who have signed up. I'll bring it back to the board. Thank you everyone who spoke up for deliberations. Would anyone like to start off? Any questions for staff? Or Chris, go ahead. Or Administrator Kirk, go ahead.
Just one thing that I'll, if anybody's wondering, the March 24th board meeting, that packet that was included online had the operating analysis and the economic impact memo that we've talked about a little bit. So I didn't bring those back. I'll be honest, I don't know how many times you want me to come back and say the same things over and over again, and we've been doing that a lot. And maybe we need to do it. I get it. There's new trustees, so admittedly, I'm a little frustrated to have that same conversation because I feel like I have to go back and start from the beginning all over again. But I'm happy to do that as many times as you want. It's ultimately your decision as a town board. But if you're wondering where that information's at, it's in that March 24th board packet from earlier this year. And in answer to the question, I think from Ms. Roth, what we were projecting, you haven't made this decision yet because we haven't built it and you haven't adopted a fee schedule. But what we were projecting in our operating analysis was $10 daily admission fee for adults and $7 for kids. So just if anybody's wondering, that's what was in that operational analysis.
Anyone like to kick this off? Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll kick it off.
Please.
We can afford to build this categorically, conservatively, with no issues financially, and it's going to be an absolutely amazing experience for our children, both using the pool and using the ballparks. So let's get it done.
Anyone else like to talk? Go, Tim.
I was fortunate enough to be able to ask a lot of questions of Cindy Leach and Town Administrator Kirk. I had a lot of concerns about, can we repay the debt service? Can we also work on other projects? Will this take away from general fund? And I walked away from those conversations extremely confident and excited about those projections. But I feel like I need to say, you know, to new board members, you haven't had the privilege I've had to be in the trenches with these guys. Like, we went through COVID together. It was when everything shut down, funding was stalled. We had to get really creative about how to save our businesses. And they did. And since then, we've been in the trenches together of how to create visionary ideas, be really innovative on how to save money, and create the space that we all love. That's Berthoud. And even when there's been conflict with me and staff, because sometimes they do things I don't like or care for, we can sit in a room and have those discussions and work through the budget, work through their expertise on every level. It's an open book, but I just want you to know, from that experience I've had, I have complete respect and trust for our staff. And when every project I see through that lens of, I am entrusting them with these resources to bring them to us as the experts and leaning on them for the information. And then if I don't understand, I'm working on my understanding and making sure I'm bringing the vision of the public to that conversation. One thing that I've had the privilege of is being part of the Leadership Northern Colorado contingent and meeting other town administrators, finance directors, town operators, and Berthoud has the best of the best. We are a cut above the rest, to the point where other communities are looking at Berthoud saying whatever they're doing to increase their funding, increase their parks and trails, to have that camaraderie in their boardroom and amongst their community members, we want that too. It was humbling to be in those rooms. So when we talk to staff, I want us to remember that these are people that are prized and valuable in our departments, and they don't have to be here. And when we are kind of getting into the nitty gritty and being condescending, it puts them in a bad position to have to defend themselves. And instead, I'd like us to come to a place where we are working with them, in tandem with them, and like Sean said about the tree committing, and trusting and empowering them to do their job well. And the fact that they could bring this to us and say, we can not only afford this project, we could afford many other $1 million recreation projects, and that doesn't even touch any of our actual infrastructure need projects, because we have been such great stewards of our resources. And so all of that is to say, let's talk about the actual issues. Staff they've done what we've asked them to, they've done what the community's asked them to, and they've done what Port Committee has instructed them to do. And they've had a lot of time to be in the trenches with them as well and flesh out these things. And even if there's frustration, all of this that we have today before us has gone through many iterations to get to where it is, to honor the will and desire of the public. And the public have funded this project. They've already put the funding aside, and we haven't spent it, and that is not a good stewardship policy. And so I am in supportive of moving forward. I am very grateful that we get to look at a reduced scope so that we can be closer to budget. If I remember correctly, the 28 million COP, that's even coming in at a smaller number than what the rec center did. And the rec center has been a huge impact to the community, whether or not we supported it. Staff did a great job, regardless of the politics around it. Staff are the true and tried. They're what's behind this that's going to make this successful. And when I was talking to Chris, he confirmed that we have 90 employees now operating our recreation that we wouldn't have had before because of this one implement. And the same will be true with our new ball fields. There will be a ton of more jobs. There will be $1 to $2 million of projected revenue to our downtown businesses because of visiting families. That will increase our economic vitality downtown, increase new businesses wanting to come into downtown. That will also increase our sales revenue, ironically. That will be a multi-beneficial opportunity. And I don't know if you've been to the Vine ball fields, but they were outdated decades ago. And to not have updated infrastructure for existing demands is not taking care of what we have before we build something new. So to me, things like amphitheaters or arboretums are great things that we need to have on the docket, but it comes after a need. We have current programs that cannot operate at their capacity because of what we don't have, including the pool and the ball fields. I think if we delay, we're actually going to not be able to do this project at all. For 1 year of delay, increased cost of this project, $4 million for 1 year. That is a disservice to our taxpayers who are waiting for a product from years of belaboring this. I completely respect the individuals who want more information, but I think that we have to come into these with as much ammunition and information as possible, and it's hard when you're drinking from the fire hose. And maybe in the future, I'm sure staff will do a more robust presentation, perhaps before the meeting, so that we can have all of those documents for those who are really detail oriented and want to have that full historical understanding. But it's all been presented publicly, both on our webpage, in public meetings, and we've had public comment at every single juncture. So I'm supportive. I want to mention that there are statements being made on Facebook that are not truthful. Saying that the town is spending 1/3 of their budget on these parks is not a factual statement. That's a twist of truth. If you have a mortgage payment, if you have a mortgage, you don't compare that to your annual income. You compare it over 30 years of expenditures. So no, we are not spending 1/3 of the town's budget. We have a 30-year debt service payment of $2 million, which is a very small fraction of our existing budget and the projected future budget based on development that's already approved for Berthoud. So I'm going to leave it at that.
That's fair. Mr. Murphy?
I can jump in. I asked a number of questions back in March to staff about our path forward on the project, and 4 months later, we've got a few answers today. The completed phase 1 Richardson MVP Park as designed is estimated to cost $48 million. Staff is not recommending for the town to complete the park. We have no timeline or funds allocated to complete the cut elements from phase 1 right now. We have no timeline or allocated funds for phase 2. This $48 million estimated price tag is not final or certain. The project will not be completed for use, as you stated, Administrator Kirk, in 2027. The 2028 timeline is still uncertain. Staff's recommendation requests an additional $5.5 million with less and lower amenities than previously proposed. At the March 24th, 2026 town board meeting, I asked whether a long list of amenities would be included in phase 1. In my recollection, Administrator Kirk couldn't promise that these would be delivered as part of the project. Reviewing my questions, the lazy river is the only element that appears to not be on the chopping block currently, while a dozen others are. These cuts and value engineering decisions are not final or certain. After months of review time, I can only assume that more cuts are coming and more money will be needed. The argument to expedite this project due to inflation, I feel, is faulty and could be used as an argument to execute any project in this town, many of which are more necessary to us. This proposal now calls on the board to take money from the Water Improvement Fund, the Road Impact Fund, the Public Facilities Fund, calls for additional funds from the General Fund, the Park Development Fund, and the 2019 Fund. Who wants to step up and be the first to rate our infrastructure funds? I don't have a comprehensive breakdown of how our budget, our capital projects, or our infrastructure will be impacted over the next 30 years. And I would appreciate hearing Trustee Grace's thoughts on this, because in my prior projections, I was very concerned about the general fund and where that's going. So it was a surprise tonight to hear we're actually heading in the opposite direction. So I would love to hear more on those discussions. The prior board 2 years ago made a strategic goal of completing an update to the Parks Development Master Plan by December of 2025. This remains unresolved by staff and the prior board, and would have been very helpful with the discussion tonight, in my opinion. From my perspective, it appears that there's a pattern of overselling and under-delivering elements of this project. This hasn't built trust for me or instilled confidence in many members of the public, in my opinion. The belief that getting a non-binding opinion of cost would offer useful numbers when, from my perspective, it incentivizes contractors to come in under the $38.5 million. Thankfully, 2 contractors' opinions of cost came close to the estimated $48 million, and from my perspective, they valued truth, accuracy, and their reputations over acquiring the job. A belief by ECI that Richardson MVP could be achieved for $42.5 million, or as you mentioned tonight, $38 million, when the reality is $48 million. After months of work, staff assumes 7% inflation as a contributor to that differential and has no explanation, according to this memorandum, for an additional $7.5 million in expenses. This does not instill confidence in me, nor do I believe it's acceptable work. This is a project that does not make me proud. In fact, I'm a bit embarrassed to even be part of the proposal and seeing this as rational. At the February 24th town board meeting, Trustee Ayers asked if he could assume that if during conversations with the proposed developer, if it goes over budget, staff would not recommend that we were able to pay for it. You said to us, Administrator Kirk, yes, we would not bring a recommendation to you that would grossly exceed budgeted funds. Furthermore, you stated, we get to the end of the construction drawing process, and the contractor says, hey, sorry, I said it was 38, and it's actually 45. We would recommend to you that we go out and do a hard bid. And yet here we are, in receipt of a project that, in my opinion, grossly exceeds budgeted funds, and a recommendation to rush forward without entertaining bids, as I have requested in the past. From my perspective, this calls into question the judgment of our staff and our selected contractor. It's my duty as a professional architect, trustee, and a neighbor to inform the people of what's happening here and who is accountable. Yet this new board can right the ship. This exercise, this exploration, as it was framed back in September of 2025, is not a failure. A pause does not diminish the prior work. It was assumed that Richardson MVP was going to be an expensive project. That's been true as long as I've been a part of this. I think everyone could recognize that. Now I think we have a really good understanding, and everyone knows that it's even more expensive and out of reach than we had originally fathomed. There was a reason this project was initially phased. Our 100% CDs can be rephased and rebid when the town is ready. We can create a holistic plan that addresses all of our projects, including Richardson MVP that I do want to see fit, with sound financing that doesn't strip mine our budget or encumber us for the next 30 years. Keep us moving forward. I'd like to find a common solution. I would like to entertain an alternative option. So thank you, board, for taking the time. I appreciate it.
What's the alternative option, if I might ask?
I'm happy to read motions right now. You'd like to hear them?
I'd like to hear it, but yeah, do you want to move on it? Or can we-
I can read the motions, what I'm entertaining for going forward.
So are we going to have a vote on the motion?
We can move
I,
forward.
I'm not
It's-
requesting a
it's a
vote
motion.
on this. I would like to read the language.
I just was curious about the idea, not the motion at this time.
But we kind of one in the same.
Yeah,
So
that's
that we
fine.
could have discussion.
Okay. Let's go and let's keep going, and then just America. I am interested. Let's go back to Trustee Grace. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll come back to what I started because I kind of had questions and comments. So, and a couple of things to clarify, because I want to make it clear that, in looking through all of the information, trying to get my questions answered, approaching this with curiosity, trying to gain information. I did request a meeting with both Administrator Kirk and with Cindy.
If I may, you did not request a meeting with me. You requested a meeting with Cindy. You did not copy me on that email.
She copied you on the email.
She did. You did not.
Okay.
I just want to be clear.
I understand.
Thank
You said that you weren't invited to the meeting, but you accepted. It shows it on my meeting outlook.
Cindy sent it to me.
I'm sorry?
Cindy did send me the meeting invite. Yes.
Okay. I'm just saying, okay. You were invited to the meeting. I was hoping that you would attend. And I really want to have this proved wrong, because I'm a new board member. I'm being asked to consider financing probably one of the largest financing requests our town has had, right? And coming into this, and I'm trying to understand our position. Are we, is this going to negatively impact? Did we miss anything? Haven't really been provided with any kind of summaries. I have dug back through all of the public meetings. That's how I've gotten all of my information. So I spent a great deal of time digging all of this up because it was not provided to me, in addition to the information for Richardson. I would really like to understand how my numbers show that with new debt service, our funds for 1998 and 2019 1% sales tax start to go negative in 2027 alone, just as we are starting to make the first payments. By 2028, it's 2.5 million negative. By 2030, we're 5 million negative. And that in and of itself is a huge impact, right? Our funds, so funds 51 and 52, fund 51 is the 1998 1%. They, on a reoccurring yearly basis, provide money to our sidewalks. They do transfers to bats, streets improvement. We have our, $150,000 approximately a year that goes to the open space trail acquisition fund, Fund 36. Then we have Fund 52, which is our 2019 1% sales tax that funds rec center administration and operating expenses. So everything for the rec center, including their capital expenditures and improvements. It also funds the COP payment for the rec center. Also town improvements for town park, Wagner Farm Park maintenance, Berthoud Bike Park maintenance, and then the town park splash pad. So taking all of those into consideration, when I see those go negative, that means that some of these other expenses are going to have to be cut, which all of these are incredibly important. And we've done some great work in the town, improving our streets, improving our sidewalks, funding that sort of thing. I would really like to understand how the numbers are different compared to, and I asked Cindy those questions today, and she requested that I ask them to you tonight in the board meeting because she could not give me an answer. So I'm trying to understand this, because right now I'm seeing that our sales tax revenue funds go negative. It impacts Will, your Mayor Karspek, your open space acquisition. Some of the transfers still continue because we also get money from the Larimer County Open Space Tax Fund, but it doesn't put us in as great of a position as we could be in 2030. It's like a $600,000 difference, so a 23% difference in where we could be, which is 1.9 million versus 2.7. So I followed these.
Just for my benefit, what numbers are we talking about? Are these numbers that you put together or that Cindy
These are
provided
numbers
to
that
you
I
that
all
were?
pulled from the 2026 budget book,
Mhm.
from the 5-year forecast from the 2026 budget book. It also includes the adjusted amount for the parks allocation 2026. It does not include the new slide that was shown tonight with the actuals of 2025, because none of us have received that information yet. So all of my work has been done based off of all of the information that staff has been providing to us, including in the budget book, along with its forecast. It's already been in there.
I think it'll be tough to do tonight. I'm just it, but maybe this can be thrown in, no matter how we vote tonight.
I don't think you should. I mean, this my
Well, that's
opinion.
not the question here. I
Sure.
understand, but if we wanted to go the route that's on the motion list,
Sure.
that we could also have that information in the meantime. Is that March presentation?
100%. You can have any information you want.
But right now,
And if we want to have another
as
meeting to go
Administrator
through the finances in detail, we can do that too.
As I'm clear, Administrator Kirk, right now. Okay. Thought you want to look through that.
I think procedurally too, we're here to discuss whether or not we agree with the change to the scope, because we already approved moving forward with Richardson and BP. But right now tonight we're discussing whether or not we agree with the removal items, the new scope, and the different funds that we are pulling from, which I personally think it's really respectable that we are trying to increase our infrastructure with this project. We're not taking from infrastructure funding for this project. We're using this project as a catalyst to close gaps in infrastructure for roads, sidewalks, trails, as well as water infrastructure. So just want to clarify that too. And to understand municipal finances, we'd have to go through probably years of study with Cindy. So I think that has to be an aside. We could get more information perhaps for the next final approval, but to go through that in detail tonight is not a good use of our time as a board or the community's time.
And my point, I didn't mean to interrupt Trustee Grace here. I feel like I did. I just wanted to clarify that point. But you probably have other points you want to keep going with.
If I could just interject on the road and water impact funds, and I know you've been very passionate about the Mayor Pro Tem, about protecting our water resources, and you brought up several times in the past multiple road projects that you'd like considered in the future. What we're being asked here, at least from my perspective, is we're taking funds that have been collected from neighborhood development elsewhere in the town that are facing problems and issues, and deploying it on a new issue on Berthoud Parkway that's of our own creation.
I would disagree with your statement. Berthoud Parkway will need to be expanded independent of this project. So any road widening work that we do, including adding turn lanes and other things, will benefit Berthoud Parkway and its future needed expansion. So while this project might be driving it, in just the same way that we have a developer widen a roadway that maybe is only a small portion of the roadway adjacent to their project. But what we're trying to do is capture the ultimate future alignment of that road when something gets built. So I would disagree in that this is not solely necessary as a result of this project. The water line project is not associated with this project. It benefits, it does have some benefit to this project, but it is also necessary for the capacity and expansion of our system because of development within town. So this line through Richardson needs to be constructed regardless of whether or not we build this park. So we're not raiding infrastructure funds, we're building needed infrastructure that's part of that plan. So I think to articulate it as if we're raiding infrastructure funds to pay for this park, I would disagree with.
Would these be driven by any developments in that area? It seems fully developed at this current time. I'd be very interested in seeing
Again,
what infrastructure is prioritized because of this that doesn't revolve around improvements to turn lanes at this location or water infrastructure at the site. I'd be interested in sharing that.
Yeah, I can say for the road impacts, part of that is the traffic study that the town's undertaken, as well as some CDOT studies in the area. Berthoud Parkway is showing, especially at that intersection and at Tenney, a moderate level of service currently. For the 2045 projections, though, they are the poorest operating intersections without the park and part of that.
But we're not talking about a widening in its own right now, are we? That's
the widening is intended to happen to alleviate that concern that we've identified for the future. It's being spurred on by the project, but it certainly is it's been part of the calculus since before Richardson, and it's definitely part of the future planning with or without the park.
That's all I'm saying is the fact that it's being spurred on at this time, when in any other scenario, it would be in the natural growth of general traffic patterns in the area, correct?
Not necessarily. I think what you see with especially the trail crossing there at the Handy Ditch Bridge, we had always intended to expand the road there specifically to ensure safety for pedestrians and cyclists, and really by lumping that into the Richardson project, we find inefficiency that saves us in the long run.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation. I disagree, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, and I want to remind us too that our emergency funds are well exceeding the statutory limits, as well as our general fund having a surplus of funding. So regardless of where these funds are coming from, there is a surplus of funding that if we are just sitting and allowing to not use for this project, we will be outpriced on this project for the future. And so capitalizing on what we have now so that we don't have these costs down the road. These are one-time construction costs. These aren't ongoing. The ongoing would be the debt payment until that's gone, and then no longer ongoing. The ongoing costs are strictly going to be maintenance, which staff presented with us. And I don't know if the new board members had this, but the staff presented with us with the ongoing maintenance is going to have, actually, we're going to see so much revenue from the project, it will more than cover the cost of upkeep and maintenance. And so the ongoing cost isn't even going to be pulling from these funds. And these funds will all see such excess that we could even discuss future projects. And I discussed this with Cindy at length because I wanted to know where the gaps were, what was going to be lost. We won't lose out on any major project or any other projects. In fact, we can have a discussion about additional park projects in the next 3 to 5 years. And there's going to be, and that's just with existing funding. That's if we don't count all of the current projects that are coming online that have already been approved by the town. If we were to consider the increase in sales tax revenues from commercial and development from those, then we would far exceed what our current projections are. So knowing Cindy and knowing Chris, they are extremely conservative to the point where I've been frustrated with them at times that we are so under budget all the time. I always wanted to get us a little bit closer to what actuals are, but they're very conservative. And I point blank asked Cindy, is this a wise decision? You're a conservative person, you don't like debt. And she said, we have more than enough to cover this and other projects, and it will not take from any general fund infrastructure uses. And she's very, even though she's not a fan of sports, she said this is a great project for the community. And they have very clearly, loudly asked us for this. So that was a great conversation today.
If I could, this line that we conservatively budgeted on things, we're discussing a project that just went 10 million over budget.
Yeah, and I
That's not
think
the staff's fault. That is the cost of doing business right now.
the reality is that
which 7.5 million is unaccounted for.
yeah, and I'm happy to accept the fact that we hoped that this project would be less. Our original $38 million budget was from a couple of years ago. It was before we'd gotten, and that was a target, right? That's something we were trying to work towards. When we did the opinion of probable cost, we interviewed these firms. At least two firms felt like they could get us to the $38 million with some cost savings, some of which we didn't support. We felt like were major scope reductions we were not supportive of, but some were simple changes to the project that we thought we could do. Those were based on subcontractor interviews and quotes that they had put together. So we felt like those were good numbers. I think we made a reasonable choice. The reality is I don't want to spend $48 million on this project as the town administrator. I would not recommend that we do that. I do think that we can reasonably spend a little more than what we had anticipated or hoped for. But that is ultimately a decision of the town board. If you don't want to do that, that's okay. If the board would prefer that we finalize these construction plans with the value engineering log that we presented to you today, because we have to make a decision about what are the things we're okay cutting from the project, right? I mean, I can't do anything unless you acknowledge as a board that some of these things need to be cut, in our opinion, based on contractor participation, design team participation, staff engineering participation. Those conversations have occurred. We've identified the things that we think are most reasonable to take out from the project that most people will never recognize are missing anyway, without impacting the long-term successful operation of that facility. We need you to acknowledge that. If you do, we then need to redesign the plans. We're going to have DTJ Design that did all the drawing work for us. It's a 360 plus page drawing set, right? It's a massive. That's going to be expensive and it's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take a few months to update those plans. If the board wants us to go out and do a hard bid after that, that is okay. But that's not an unreasonable choice to make. I'm concerned that if we do that, maybe it's more, maybe it's less. It could be, maybe we hard bid it and it comes back 36. That would be a wonderful win for all of us. I don't think that represents any malfeasance. And I certainly, I disagree with your insinuation that ECI was trying to buy the job and was somehow disingenuous in what they told us. I think that's what you articulated. I disagree with that. And so I don't think anybody was lying to us about what they thought it would cost in order to get the job. That said, they were wrong. Okay. I think we've been really clear. They were wrong. They said they thought it was within a target of our budget. They came back and said, hey, look, we've dug into this. You added lap lanes to the pool. You added a deep end. We've made some other modifications to the scope of the project, and some of our numbers are off. And so, yeah, there were some significant differences in what they had originally estimated in their opinion of probable cost and what they feel much more confident about as a number now based on 100% construction set. That sucks. Let's all be real. Okay. That's not great for any of us. And so the decision that we need to make tonight is, are we okay with the value engineering log? And do we want to keep this project moving forward? If the answer is we don't, that's fine. Put it on the shelf. We can save that money and this board can debate and discuss and have community input, and we can replan the future of our park system. That's a choice this board gets to make. And as staff, we fully support that if that's what you want to do. I think we've spent a lot of time and energy over the last 8.5 years, both in master planning, community feedback, port committee feedback, board feedback. This project has been through many, many iterations. It's been a very challenging project to design and finalize. We're there. And I used this example with somebody the other day, and I really feel like this is true. I feel like we said, hey, we think we're getting ready to retire and we want to build a new house that we can move into. We want to have some land we're going to, have for our kids and grandkids to come visit. So we bought a piece of land. We hired an architect. We designed the home. We picked out the paint colors and the finishes. We've got furniture on order, and we've got a mortgage broker lined up for the project. And now we're all sitting around going, I don't know if this is something we want to do or not. And so I think that's a tough place to be. But when you're staring down a $42 million number, it's a reasonable place to be, right? I think let's all acknowledge the fact that these are important conversations we need to have. What I need is the town administrator some direction. Are you okay with the cuts? If you are, can we go forward and finalize the plans with those cuts? Do you want us to rebid the project, or do you want us to continue forward and get a max price for ECI? I think both are reasonable paths forward. I think I can make a case for either one of them. There's pros and cons. We cannot afford this project without financing. So you're going to have to make a decision about financing this project if you want to do it. This is not going to be a cash funded project. Not all 42 million, 43 million. Okay. So the decisions are really clear from my perspective. Are you okay with the reduction log? Do you want to continue forward and redesign the plans to accommodate the reductions we've articulated to you in the presentation in your packet tonight? Do you want us to continue forward with ECI and get a guaranteed max price from them based on that redesign? Or do you want us to rebid the project? And how do you want to finance it? Because we're not going to be cash funding it. That's really the only discussion that we need to have.
So we're just finishing the discussion, right?
Unless you want to have a conversation about, do we want to build this at all?
No.
Well, it's mostly true, but it just says COPs. It's hard to have a full financing discussion with bonds.
And in March, you guys voted, a majority of the board voted direct us to continue to move forward with COPs. So I'm not presenting you an alternative because that's what you've already asked us to do. But if you want to have that conversation, you are the town board, you get to make that choice.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, Tracy.
Point of personal privilege, because I'm really listening to all of this, and so it brings up several points here that I think have a bearing on how we move forward tonight. And so are we voting on a direction for staff on the reductions? Are we voting separately then on whether or not we direct them to do the resolution about the COPs, to issue the COPs? Is this all one package of one motion? I'm just, because I see different issues here that we've talked about.
I will suggest, in answer to your question, Trustee Anderson, that's a good question. What I'm asking you to do tonight is to vote to accept the cost reduction strategy that we've outlined, or to tell us something different, to then and then direct us to prepare a contract with DTJ Design to do that work. I articulated in this memo that we thought that cap might be 150. We've since got a quote from them. It is more than that. So we're going to have to work through that number with them. It could be as high as $250,000. The design costs to update the Arboretum are likely going to be in the $90,000 range. So, when you look at the two projects, it's probably not that far off. But I don't really want to spend that money if we can cut it back. So we're going to try to work through that with the DTJ Design folks. You will not approve that contract until a future meeting. But we want you to direct us to do that if that's what you want us to do, to finalize that design. We would also like some direction from the board, and this can be separate motions or it can be all one motion depending on how you want to handle it. I don't think it matters because you're not authorizing the expenditure of anything tonight. What you're doing is providing us explicit direction about how you want us to proceed. What we've suggested is the best way to proceed: accept the cost reduction log, direct us to finalize the plans with DTJ, which will bring you a contract back that you'll have to approve. Direct us to continue to work forward with ECI towards a guaranteed max price, which you also have to approve. If you'd prefer that we hard bid that project after those designs are done, that's fine. We're not obligated to ECI. We signed a pre-construction services agreement with them. They've been paid for the work that they've done in helping us refine these plans, the plan concepts and estimating and all the subcontract work done. So you know what, if you want to pivot from them, that's fine. And we need to continue moving forward with the financing process. And that requires preparing a resolution that you're going to ultimately approve at some point in the future, not tonight. But we want to confirm that we're still moving forward in the right direction before we go spend more time and money, staff time and otherwise, on preparing COP documentation.
So this could be two motions.
It could be four.
And that way because I agree with you, I think we want to look at both options. So we could do two motions. One could be to give you the direction on the cost reductions going forward with ECI. That could be one motion. The other motion could deal with the financing, so that because I see those as two different things, really.
Mm-hmm.
And it would seem rolling it all together to me doesn't make sense. So that's what I was really asking about. So thank you for that.
I
'cause
do
was-
think that the cost reduction and the redesign go together.
Yes,
If,
I agree
if
with
you're
you.
if you're gonna direct us to, if you're gonna accept the proposed reductions in the scope and cost, then you're also necessarily authorizing us to redesign the project. So, but you're not gonna authorize us to do that tonight. You're gonna have to direct us to prepare a contract to do that. And I think we can have that back to you at your next meeting. I don't think that's complicated. The other motion, you don't need to decide tonight. It's helpful for us because we may or may not want to continue to engage ECI in this process, in the design effort, if you want to hard bid the project. So that'd be helpful for us to know tonight. But if you're not prepared to make that decision, that's fine. It doesn't make any difference. We can continue to move forward with the redesign and the cost reduction. And the COPs, those take months to prepare. And so some of that is a timing conversation. If you want to wait and make that decision, that's fine too. I think the board already made that decision and directed us to move down that road. But at some point, you're going to have to approve a resolution formally authorizing the issuance of COPs. We haven't got there yet. So I just want to make sure we're still heading down that road. Before I prepare all that documentation, there's bond counsel involved, there's underwriters, there's a lot of work that goes into doing that.
Is it possible to also get information on the bond? So it'd be come back to the COP and bond info?
If that's what the board would prefer, yes.
Could you do that if feasibly in the time frame of, is that July 28th?
I can give you, the practical reality is that the documentation, the financing, the ratings calls, all that stuff, it's a pretty similar process, whether it's a COP or a bond. The documentation is a little bit different, but it's roughly the same. The difference is just the timing associated with the election. I need to give you that answer. We may or may not be able to hit the November election. I'm not.
I think
I
we've
don't
been
wanna
clear
commit to
that
that
as we
tonight.
move this thing forward, it keeps getting more expensive. And it sounds like you're saying tonight that a bond won't necessarily add timing to this process.
It's
over
it's a few months. I mean, if it goes on the ballot and it gets voted on in November, versus us starting that process in the next month, then we're talking about a few months different in time. I mean, it's not.
Here's the.
It's not dramatically different timing.
I think the concern is there's a pattern that no matter when this comes back to us, we will find new criticisms of staff's processes and focus on the wrong issues instead of finding ways to move this forward in a way that benefits our community. I don't think going to a bond will resolve that issue. I think it's going to make it worse. I think we're just going to be able to find more issues that don't exist and criticize staff and criticize the community who's come out to support this, who have told us to put this forward, and we're just going to be kicking it down the road until we can't afford it anymore. And I just can't, in good consciousness, support belaboring that when the port has put in so much work into this, our staff so much work, and our community showed up for surveys to tell us what to do with directives, and we are not moving forward so that we could revote them and re-ask them again. And I feel like that's a disservice to the community. I am in support of moving forward with the existing motion on the table. I'm not in support. And the mayor knows we've talked about ballot issues as of this week. I was going to say, let's just throw them all on the ballot so we could at least move forward. Let's put all the parks on a ballot so the citizens clearly decide and we just do what they say and we move forward. But I see that the complications isn't that we don't have public feedback. We have public feedback, but we have some conflict in the boardroom. And that's getting in the way of being able to make a good decision right now.
I'll just reply that it would eliminate an option for me by, I think this, having both on the table would help us out down the road. Just saying, yeah, I'm thinking out loud.
What I was going to say is, I'm trying to synthesize all of what we've heard. And I will say to you that I appreciate staff. I appreciate what they've done. Chris has spent at least 2 or 3 hours with me going through some of these numbers. I'm not, as some of you know, I'm not afraid to ask a hard question, and I will do that. And he has answered all my questions. Being someone who has public budgeting background, it's not the same as straight accounting. It's very different how it works. So, and I appreciate the fact that we have staff that have that kind of expertise. It's its own genre in a sense. And having now the budgets I looked at and worked on years ago were the state budgets, and it was in Illinois. It was not Colorado, but I can tell you just from that work that it is different. There are a lot of nuances that you don't see with straight accounting. So I appreciate maybe there are some differences in how maybe that was analyzed. Maybe spending the time just to clear that up might make sense. But I think we're at a juncture here from what I'm hearing from everyone. We've really been trying to listen and distill some of this and synthesize it. But what I feel like what I'm hearing is that we may need some more information, but that's not something that should necessarily preclude us from directing staff in where to go next. I think we can still do that in the interim, gather that information. I see us as a collaborative board. Let's stay that way, and work together to try to get to that point. Doesn't mean we can't direct staff tonight. I do tend to agree with the mayor that as long as we are looking at our funding options, let's get the information about both of them. Can we still put something on the ballot? If we can't, we can't. Then that makes a decision for us. So I honestly don't think that, I honestly believe that we can move this forward, get the information we need in the interim. We're not making final decisions on anything at this point. Let's just do that. Let's vote on what staff direction to give, and then let's vote on how to direct them on the funding options. To me, it's that simple.
So let me ask you a question. On the motion, there are the 7 items. It sounds like we'll pull off the certificate of accreditation, but how do we reconcile those 6 with these 25? I'm talking technically in the
I
motion.
think we refer to what was in the packet.
So the trend log is what that's referred to. Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could provide an alternative, maybe I'm the only one here. The direction, and I'm trying to think about this and how we go from here, because we do have admittedly some really quality information on what this project is about, and we are getting very close. Personally, with pre-construction services, and I don't want to make any insinuations that BCI have more issues with the process and what it incentivizes, whether that actually resulted in what we got or not. I won't speculate, but the fact that we're talking about a $48 million completed project is not acceptable work from BCI to me. I have lost confidence in them, and I feel they're not up to the task for completing our pre-construction services. So I would like to terminate their services. Now, where we go from there, I had really hoped from the prior board, and this is a bit of history, that we would be having a priorities discussion that encompassed the big picture of all of our objectives and all of our budgeting last year. Maybe I'm alone. I didn't feel like we had that last August or September, and instead we pursued with the prior board the exploration of this project. We've got some pretty good answers. What I don't have is how we're going to achieve other critical objectives and how that impacts our finances. Admittedly, Administrator Kirk, you shared that spreadsheet with us tonight, but you said you couldn't figure out how to present this in an equitable way. I really struggle looking at it myself. I don't know how the public's supposed to make heads or tails of that. But I think there's a huge financial discussion that really needs to discuss everything. The second element of that is the prior board set an objective of updating our parks master plan. It's from 2018. It still shows a pool at Wagner. There's other issues with it. The town has dramatically changed in that time frame. That was an objective we set in the summer of 2024 with a deadline in December of 2025, and prior board did not achieve that. I think that's really unfortunate. I feel like we have gone into this tunnel vision on this project, and we have answers. on a lot of these things, but I'm trying to square that with our budgeting, which I don't see personally the money there, for these other objectives.
Okay.
And finally, we have a lot of projects that really matter. The senior center, Sunoco, we've allocated funds for some of those. We haven't done for others. I think that's what's missing tonight from this discussion, that I think doesn't require necessarily a big extension of time. If this board wants to prioritize things, I think we can do that very quickly. This was originally phased for Richardson. I'd be very interested in knowing the number that the ball fields are going to cost versus the pool. I don't know if we have that number right now. What would that be?
Daniel? There's a lot of cross pollination between the two. So, I mean, it's a rough, we're going to give you a rough breakdown.
Sure.
I know nobody likes rough
Are
breakdowns.
you saying if we just did the baseball fields and no pool?
Well, originally we had the ball fields as phase one, and then we had the remainder of the pool complex, what we originally had there, which was a resort pool style without the lap lanes and stuff, as phase two. Phase three is now the phase two that has been referenced, but that's how it was originally done, because this was expected to be a huge, expensive project. It's very much turned out to be that.
So the pool at Wagner, what extension, was that an extension of the existing pool lanes?
That originates from the 2018 master plan, which is still our most up-to-date master plan. Obviously, lots changed since then.
Were they supposed to be indoor or outdoor lanes?
The original 2018 master plan showed an outdoor pool at Wagner. The board made a choice because we could build a rec center with an indoor aquatics facility to do that instead. The original phase one of the master plan didn't include a rec center, and the town board prioritized a rec center instead. And once we had the money to build a rec center, why would we not build an indoor pool that you can use 12 months out of the year instead of the outdoor pool you can use 3? So that was part of that conversation at the time. Trustee Murphy's right. The 2018 master plan, while it articulated broad visions for each of these parks, it has changed. There was not an outdoor pool planned at Richardson. That got added because we didn't build an outdoor pool at Wagner. We built an indoor pool, and then we got rid of the pool at Town Park. That wasn't envisioned in the master plan. And folks said, wait a minute, we wanted an outdoor pool. So we added one back into Richardson. So we've made adjustments. That master plan is a guiding document. It is different than what we have done. But it has guided our decision making. The reason why we started this project after the rec center was because this was really the next project on the list after the rec center in Town Park from that original 2018 master plan. So we started back in 2022 with the design of this project. So we've been executing that master plan while making adjustments that the town board has guided and approved throughout that process. And it's not unreasonable to update that master plan. It is not going to be a short process, in my opinion. We're talking about things like a senior center we've never discussed. It's been brought up lots of times, but there's never been any serious discussion about a senior center other than we planned some, like a senior room space at the Sunoco building. But when we start talking about other ideas, obviously we're going to want port committee feedback. We're going to want to have community workshops, because I don't think we're going to start to prioritize things we've never really discussed without all of that public involvement. So I don't think that's a short process, respectfully, Trustee Murphy. I don't think that's going to happen in a few months.
Well, if I could tack on to that, what we do have is completed construction documents.
We do.
And what I would argue would be fairly fast to do is to break that in half and see if the ball fields are a reasonable option to prioritize. And weighing that with the fully designed out pool at Richardson and the cost of that versus the concept at Wagner, which is very pleasant. I think everyone has pool as a priority, but the fact that the prior board moved on from Wagner to this holistic concept based in the use of the COP, which was a non-option before, I think is an alternative that deserves exploration, that doesn't necessarily require a full parks development plan update, even though I would love to see that.
And respectfully, I think we did that a year ago.
Mhm.
I think we had that conversation. What drove this current phasing plan was our port committee and the community's pushback and saying, no, we are not going to wait until phase 3 of Richardson Park to have an outdoor pool. Right. So that accelerated the addition of the pool to phase 1. Staff's recommendation from the beginning was that the outdoor pool would be phase 3 of Richardson Park, not phase 2. And that would be 10 plus years out. And the community and the port committee said, no, that's unacceptable. We've been waiting for a pool. We want an outdoor pool. The community wants an outdoor pool, and we need to prioritize that. That's why we rephased this project over a year ago. And we did evaluate a pool at Wagner versus a pool at Richardson. I think we litigated that a year ago, and that decision got made by the prior town board. So if this board wants to go back and evaluate that again, you have that prerogative. I'm not telling you you can't do that. We will support that effort if that's what the board wants to do. I think we've already done that, is what I'm suggesting.
And just to the reason I remain concerned about this is it feels like too much, and it does not account for the other objectives that we have. And I was always much more open to a phased approach, and the abandonment of that I felt was a serious one. And I respect the rest of my prior board members and current board that feel differently about that. But my opposition has always been rooted in the fact that this is too big and too fast, rather than my opposition to this park. I continue to support this park idea and its implementation and its correct prioritization in accordance with the needs of the people. But at the end of the day, that's, I think, where I part ways.
I move to accept the reductions in phase 1 scope of Mountain Vista Park in the packet in reduction log trend. Do I have a second?
I'll be the chair.
Let's go. Come on. We're hashing things that don't have anything to do with this motion. Hours and hours. There's a point where you go, man, let's move on. This is getting really ridiculous.
And that's not when you make them. That's not your choice.
I was told that I can make a motion at any time I want.
And it'll be seconded, and then we're gonna have more to see
Great.
how it goes. So now that you did that, we have a second on that, and then we'll do final
Let's go.
discussion.
Really. This
Don't
is
say
silly.
that. You have to be respectful as well. All right.
There's a point where you take control, and I think we've passed that point tonight.
I do think we need to get to a motion here. But I'd say in the last couple of hours, I see more options here, right, that actually make me support this than I would before. So having this discussion is incredibly important. This isn't a formality.
Well, we've heard so many. We've heard this story a dozen times.
We have. So this is really tough for these new ones to come into. Doesn't mean that we have to restart it, but there has to be some compassion that they're running right into this.
I'm more than happy to hear the new people talk.
But they're trying
I've been trying to.
Okay.
And you've been telling me that we should just move forward. And
At this point, I
about
am,
the certificates of
because we've
merit.
burned so much. We've wasted so much time regurgitating
I'm
stuff.
so sorry I
that's
wasted your
been-
time.
Not
asking
you. I didn't say
questions,
you.
trying
I didn't
to
say you.
understand.
I never said you.
Okay, so we do have a motion. It does make sense to, at some point here, to do this.
It
Is there a
does.
second?
I'll second.
Okay, well, there's a second on that. Is there any discussion? We can go down this as
Yes,
far as
mhm.
altering.
I do want to have a discussion point. I don't agree with the artificial turf. I don't want to add artificial turf. I think we need to stay with regular turf and not do anything artificial, regardless of the cost.
Is there support for that? I think we need. I don't know how. Do we vote on the majority of this first, or do we the poll?
I want to thank you for speaking up, Mayor Kurtzbeck, and I'd be very interested in your opinion, because I don't feel like we're.
Fine, yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to comment on the turf.
We can do the turf first. Let's do that since we're on it.
I was in agreement too that the artificial turf is not ideal, and especially for the aesthetic of Berthoud. However, there are benefits, and so I actually thought it was great when we saw the compromise of both on both fields, so they could have different uses, perhaps different longevity, some cost savings. So I like when we find compromise, and so it's like nobody's happy, but maybe there's a benefit to both options. So while I agreed with no artificial turf, I appreciated that there was both options happening on this park, and we could utilize them differently. So that's just my
Statement of against,
comment.
yeah, keep it.
Well, for and against,
Sure,
yes.
sure. I agree. Is there others, anyone, so raise your hand if, I guess we can just do a poll if you support the removal of the artificial turf suggestion. So there's two versus.
Would you state that again?
It would be staff's recommendation to add an artificial turf.
Oh, sorry. I don't want to add. I want regular grass.
So that, I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Trustee Grace's amendment to remove staff's recommendation. So this would just make it grass.
Just make grass.
So is there any support in that? We need a majority.
Well, I would agree with that, and let me tell you why. And that's because I see that you can use it for more. You can use these fields for more things if it doesn't have artificial turf on it.
Just so that we're clear, it will not be grass. The infields will not be turf. They'll be all dirt.
I'm sorry.
The infields will be all dirt. They will not be grass.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a full infield mix, similar to what we have at Vine Park. And that's fine. You can play baseball on that. But the reason you do that, traditionally a baseball field that has a grass infield still has dirt base paths and, like a dirt base paths and infield around the center portion that's grass, but you can't use that for softball. And so if we're going to go away from turf, where you could use for baseball or softball, then we would go to full dirt infield. Again, that's what we have at Vine Park.
Mm-hmm.
You can play baseball on that. The JV baseball team plays their games there from the high school. It's not uncommon. But I just want to be clear. We're not talking about going from turf to grass. We're talking about going from turf to infield mix, which is a special dirt, right? It's a specialized dirt.
Is that what you're saying? Basically dirt?
Infield mix is not just dirt. Just so we're clear, infield mix is a very specialized product.
Okay.
It looks like dirt.
Okay.
It's not grass.
It's what
That's
we
all I'm
currently
saying.
have at Vine.
I'm not saying we're just going to, dig up some dirt out of the yard and throw it in there and scrape it out. It will still be an appropriate playing surface, but it'll be designed to be used for baseball and softball, not only baseball, which would be true if we were
Could you
doing
use
a
that for
grass
soccer
infield.
or other sports as well?
No, probably not. We would not. If we can fit a field only in the outfield, we would have done that either way. But if you have, in all cases, unless the field is all artificial turf, we probably can't do soccer out there. The fields are too large. They won't fit in the outfield for anything other than like the little guy stuff. And if we need to do that, we could. But like a full size, high school size soccer field, you couldn't fit that in the outfield, and you wouldn't want to play it on two different surfaces.
Yeah,
you wouldn't want to play part of that, part of the field being dirt and part of the field being grass. Wouldn't make sense. Yeah.
I got it. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So we had 3 in support of that. Anyone want to change their mind after that?
I do.
Okay. I'm fine putting my hand down too. So we'll keep that staff's turf recommendation added. Anything else regarding this recommendations here? Before we vote, we have a motion that's been seconded. Okay. Clerk, we have a motion for the suggestions. It's been seconded.
Or so are we voting just on the recommendations, the reductions?
Yes.
Just making sure.
We bifurcated the motion, right?
So it wouldn't be the financial. Yeah.
Because I don't think that's in the packet listing, is it?
It's number 7, direct staff.
No, but I mean this packet, though. I thought this is what you.
Oh, yes. I got you.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go with just the revisions here.
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion that's been seconded. No other suggestions out, clerk. Can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Grace?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
No.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Okay, the alterations have been approved. Move on to the second half of this now, which would be the financing.
I'm trying to think of a creative
Can we-
motion.
I would
Well,
like
we
to
still
ask
have
that you
to-
direct us to prepare a design revision contract with DTJ that we'll bring back to you at a future meeting.
Yeah, and the construction contract with ECI. So 5 and 6 haven't been addressed.
Those can be separate items as well.
I would prefer that they are.
Okay,
And
this
I'll make a motion that we direct staff to prepare a design contract with DTJ Design for revisions to the construction plans for approval on whatever date
At
in the
an
future,
upcoming meeting, as soon
or
as we
as-
can reasonably get it to you.
or as soon thereafter as is reasonable.
Second.
All right, the motion has been seconded. Any amendments to this particular one? I think it's just better just to vote on this, yes or no on that. It's a recommendation. Okay, we have no amendments. Clerk, we have a motion that's been seconded. Can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
No.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Excellent. So 6 and 7, 5 and 6 have been covered. Finally,
Wait, did we
No,
cover?
we didn't do
I think
six.
5. I
Yes,
think we
sorry.
need a motion for 6.
Thank you so much. We'd like to do
Make
that.
a motion to direct staff to prepare a construction contract with ECI Site Construction.
Second.
All right, motion has been seconded. Any amendments on this discussion? We've already had it.
Can we amend we can't amend the motion after it's been seconded, right?
You can still amend the
You
motion.
can. That's the point of this. Sorry. Yeah. Or you can just, it's a yes or no.
Yeah, I mean, I would just prefer to go out to hard bid instead of moving forward with the construction contract.
To clarify, this company's been working with over 300 contractors to prepare what we've seen before us. So that ask might be a substantial one of staff in the timing of this project.
Okay. I don't know how you guys to amend that one. Maybe I shouldn't even brought it
Just
up.
so that we're clear, in either case, you will approve a contract with a guaranteed max price, and that is not going to come back to you as quickly as some of this other stuff, because obviously the design revisions have to happen before we're going to get a guaranteed max price. The question is, do we want to continue to move down the road with ECI? I think from a staff standpoint, we think that's appropriate. I understand the concerns Trustee Murphy's articulated. That's fine. If the board would prefer that we terminate that relationship, we don't even have to make a decision to go hard bid in the future. But if we're going to continue to work down this road, we will continue to engage ECI as we finalize these design revisions.
How would a hard bid negatively impact this relationship should we wish to proceed with them?
The reality is everybody understands how the construction world works. We didn't sign a contract with them for construction. We signed a contract with them for pre-construction services, with obviously with the expectation that they were going to construct the project for us. They are being paid for the work they're doing and supporting our pre-construction effort, including all the work they've done to do subcontracts. I don't think it will be positive for the relationship, but it is what it is if that's what you want to do.
But couldn't they come back and bid as well?
They
if we
could.
went to bid?
They could.
Okay, so we still have it on there as number 6. Is there any amendment to this? We have a motion that's been seconded, or we just vote yes or no on it?
I would just say this, if it's the interest to go to a hard bid, I think we would be better off handling this with TTJ design and staff in-house to make those modifications and then take it out and allow everyone to have a chance at this.
I think I'm agreeing with Trustee Murphy on that.
Okay.
I think if the intent is to go to a hard bid, we should not continue to engage ECI in this process.
So, Trustee Murphy, can you amend the motion then?
That would just literally be canceling services, which I have prepared myself. If you'd like me to read my motion.
Well, I think
This one's still on there.
it was- it was-
We're on to number 6.
I think there is a motion and a second on the floor.
Yeah. and
so
I'm
we
asking-
either have to.
No, because we were asked. Can you just clarify how the amendment worked? Could you said we could amend it?
Yeah,
I'm
you can-
confused on
You
that.
have to vote on the amendment to the motion by
Right.
Robert's rules. That's how it
And I
works.
think how we've typically
Okay.
handled it in the past is that if a trustee
Sorry.
wants to suggest an amendment, they can do that. The person who made the original motion can choose to accept or not.
That's
They can
true.
say,
You can do
no,
it
I'm
that
not
way.
accepting that amendment. I want it based on the motion second that's
Like a friendly amendment.
That's how we've done it in the past, I think, Mayor Karspeck.
No, I agree.
Good.
Yeah.
You want to read it out?
Well, I can read my alternative motion now. This encompasses our contract, which, thank you, Administrator, for forwarding that. I would move for staff to cease all work on the Richardson well, I had to take that out, I guess. Let's see here. I would move for staff to cease all work and to give 30-day notice to terminate CMGC contract with ECI Site Construction Management for pre-construction services and to explore hard bid alternatives.
Okay, we have an amendment to the motion.
I'm not sure I understand that.
Yeah, actually, I think that's just a different motion. I don't
Yeah,
think that's
that's
an amendment.
kind of different.
That's okay. I mean, I would argue that's not an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
Because I think the amendment would be something more like, I move to prepare construction documents for general bid or something like that.
So as if we would vote on the 6th and make another motion for going to.
I think so. I
Is that
think that
fine?
makes more sense.
Yeah, so if you want to,
That's
we
where
can.
I'm
Do
going.
you want to just repeal your amendment? Okay, so now we're back to the original motion, the main motion.
Can I repeal my motion?
Okay, so
You can withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Okay.
So then I would like to make the motion. I move for staff to cease all work and to give a 30-day notice to terminate the CMGC contract with ECI Site Construction Management for pre-construction services and to explore hard bid options.
Okay,
But they can bid on it, right? I mean, that they're not excluded from bidding on it. Okay.
As a comment, I think this is meant to be a distraction to prevent this project from going forward. I don't think it's an intention to find a solution to make this park project possible. I think it's meant to stall it out and prevent it from going forward.
Then I guess point of clarification, Chris, how long would that delay the project?
The bid process is going to take some time, but it's it's a 4 to 6 week bid probably, Daniel. And I don't want to exclude Daniel from this discussion, so I'm making some statements here he may or may not agree with as our project manager, who's been primarily managing the relationship with ECI. But all of that said, the bidding is going to take 6 weeks. It's going to take time to prepare that bid package. So we're talking about a few months change to the schedule. I would also suggest that we not pursue financing at all until we get a hard bid in place, because we don't. Right now, I think based on all the work we've done with ECI, we feel pretty good about the number. I don't know what that number is going to look like when we hard bid this project. There's a high likelihood it's the same or less. There's also a reasonable likelihood it's more. I don't know what the answer to that question is going to be. And so I would suggest that we don't. That's going to put us in a challenging situation.
We're going to keep
And if
going
I
down the
could
same mountain.
tie into that, I would largely agree with that administrator very clearly. This is an opportunity to possibly get a better price. It's now that we have 100% CDs in place, those numbers can be dialed in by those interested, including ECI. If that's the preference of the board, to give it another shot. At the end of this, we will have hard numbers that will be pretty much indisputable, and we'll have to make a decision on that. We're still functioning on estimates currently, and we will continue to function on estimates as long as this process takes to come to its conclusion with ECI. So with the idea that we're not being pressured into a 27 deadline, I think we've got room to maneuver here. And that's, again, you look at the two processes, a hard bid, is probably more challenging for staff, but it also could result in much better pricing on items. Flip side, obviously we have a relationship with ECI, and if you're comfortable with that, there's benefits to staff working through those problems. So, I mean, it's kind of a choice, right?
Daniel,
And what you value.
Thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sure.
I just wanted to put out a point of clarification. The CMGC is a standard alternative delivery method that the state authorizes. We, for this and for any project of these sizes, we do the best value bid too, which takes into account not just the numbers, but the qualifications of all of the bidders. So
I do know for a fact there's a community in Colorado, only because there's some emails on the city manager listserv, who did a hard bid, didn't like the results, and went to CMAR, which is construction manager at risks, slightly different process, but pretty much the same alternative delivery method. Just in the last couple of months, And there's another agency who had the opposite. They had a CMAR process and didn't like the results and went to hard bid. So it's not uncommon to use alternative delivery methods like CMGC. It's an absolutely appropriate path forward. It does not include hard bids up front. That's the whole point, that you're bringing on a contractor to work with you as a partner. And I think ECI has been a very good partner of ours so far, in my opinion. I think Daniel would agree with that.
Wholeheartedly.
Yeah. And so there is a possibility that we might get reduced costs with a bid. I think we need to be explicit that there is a possibility we might not. So maybe we do, maybe we don't. We don't know. What we do know right now is we have a good partner in ECI. They've been a good resource for us. We have a good relationship with them. We feel like their numbers are solid. They're based on quotes from subcontractors. We have good unit pricing that we're making estimates based, off of. So, it's also possible that we can deliver this project for less than even what we're suggesting to you tonight. This is a process, and I respect that there are some who don't like this process. I fully accept that. Design, bid, build is a very structured process, and it's hard for a lot of folks to kind of work through these alternative delivery methods and feel like, did we get the best price or not? Sometimes the best price is not the best project. I think we can all accept that that's true. But from a staff standpoint, we have a good relationship with ECI. We feel like we can move this project forward. It will expedite the decision-making process, in my opinion. And I do believe that we'll have strong bid numbers, because the way the CMGC process works is they are bidding this out to subcontractors. It's open book. They share those quotes with us. We look at and we decide. And they might even come to us and say, we got quotes from 6 subcontractors for this discipline, and here they are. And this was the lowest, but we've had bad experiences with them in the past. And here's why we would recommend you not do that. We also believe that maybe their staff and their books aren't as solid. And we think we're going to have a lot more success with this other contractor. It's this give and take. It's a partnership. And it's really valuable. It worked great for us with the rec center. It was a huge
Should
success.
we have a motion on this and see if it passes?
I'd like to bring out a glaring thing here. On our motions sheet, we can establish a construction budget for phase 1 to set at 43.5 million and not to exceed, other than the contingencies and soft costs. That's built into our motion that was presented to us by staffs to restrict being outside of our budget. So I don't think it's a coincidence that we're trying to find some alternative way to get around just putting that budget in place. We're trying to find a way to ditch our construction company and start from square one. Even though we've had an amazing experience, we have an amazing design. We are within a better budget after Town's presentation tonight, and we have the funding all proven and on public record tonight to be able to move forward. So why are we ditching our construction contract that's going to cost our taxpayers millions of dollars in the next 6 months of delaying this even further?
And that's number 6, right?
That's number.
So why don't
that's
you
number
just-
4.
No, yeah, but are you saying number 6 is embedded
I
in
think
number 4 and we don't
and
need number 6?
can go hand in hand. We move forward with ECI and we set a
I
construction
actually-
budget for phase 1.
I actually think that that's a reasonable suggestion.
Okay.
Why don't this is I do think from a staff standpoint, if you want to agree as a board that we have a hard cap of $43.5 million based on the presentation we made tonight, I'm happy to bring back a much more comprehensive, we can go hours into the budget if you want, and future projections. Happy to do that. You set that number. We don't have to make the decision about ECI tonight. We'll continue to move forward. Unless you tell us otherwise, we'll continue to move forward with the expectation that they're going to be our contractor in the end. If we don't get to that number, we always have the opportunity to hard bid it at that point if you want to continue to move forward in that way.
So I would make the motion that we establish a maximum construction budget. I think that
was a point of order. We still have
We still have a motion on the table. Thank you. I thought I was going crazy, but we do,
And
right?
we had a second, we were in discussion, and now once we do discussion, we vote, and depending on the vote, we can start another motion afterwards.
makes sense.
And maybe to tack on this, and this is a preference I'd love to get into if we go down the road of establishing a capital project process in the future. But you know,
Let's just move
there's
forward.
advantages to both. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but it's project delivery and relationship versus getting the best price paying. They both have trade-offs. They both have value. It's where you kind of prioritize your values, right?
Okay.
From my perspective, I would prefer our staff to have more adversarial relationship with our contractors where they're arguing for the best price for everything. But that might not be the interest of the town or the people.
Just so that we're clear, we always argue for the best price for everything.
No, I
just
don't doubt
yeah.
that.
So we don't have to have a hard bid adversarial relationship in order to do that. But I do understand. I understand your position. I just want to be explicit.
It's
Sure,
important.
and
we always argue
to
for the best
elaborate
price.
on that, it's not like a anti-professional relationship on this.
Right.
It
Okay.
is an argument over.
Yes.
and stuff, right?
Okay.
And that's handled in a professional.
We beat the brakes off this. I think it's
Sure.
good that it's an alternative, but we
That's
do
all
need to
I've
vote
got.
on it. So with the motion is trustees Murphy's motion. Cancel ECI and really come back with a hard bid. Right? That's effectively it.
Yeah, I can reread it if need be, but.
There's been seconded. We've had discussion. Unless there's anything glaring, we'll go for a vote. Clerk, can we have a roll call? vote?
Are we still, which, are we based up back to yours? You would.
No, it's
No, no.
confusing.
The motion on the
to
floor is trustee
canceling
Murphy.
the ECI contract and
So trustee Wing
Got it. Okay, so your motion.
And
That's my motion.
I thought that Administrator Kirk was in favor of that, and after more clarification, he is not. So I got a little confused.
Okay. All right. Moving motion, seconded, discussed. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Karspek, the clerk did not record a second on that motion.
Does anyone want to second trustee Murphy's motion?
Second.
I thought you heard.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, can we now have a roll call vote? Trustee Murphy made a motion. Trustee Grace is seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
No.
Trustee Wing,
No.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
No.
Trustee Albrecht,
No.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Karspek.
No. Okay. So we are sticking with ECI here. And so it makes sense to go back to the original direct staff to prepare construction with ECI site construction.
So do we need a motion on that, Mayor?
We would.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare a construction contract with ECI site construction.
Second.
We have a motion has been seconded. We've already kind of done an amendment, didn't work, so I think we just need to vote on it.
I think you're right.
Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Grace,
No.
Trustee Murphy,
No.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Karspek.
Yes.
I want to explain my vote there on both of those for a reason. Well, I always believe I've always been in the government realm where we always bid things, so I'm used to seeing that for several reasons. But in this case, I do think that there's some value in the type of process that Daniel described and that Chris Kirk described. And we are at a point where this would really cause a lot of delay. And I think that might cause a delay in us being able to consider the financing methods because we wouldn't have a hard number. And that's what really concerned me. And I don't want us to have not have any options as far as the financing.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll move on now to the item. I've crossed up the numbers here. That's item 7 regarding COP resolution. You want to move on that?
Well, before I move, can I just get another point of clarification? You had some comments on that earlier. Can you just quickly speak to that?
Just that there is work that needs to be done in order to continue that COP process forward in parallel with these design changes and a guaranteed max price. My hope is that all of that runs relatively in parallel, and then in a few months that you're formalizing that process. But I don't want to continue down the road with our underwriting team and our bond counsel preparing that documentation. It's a lot of work for Cindy and I both. There's a lot of things that occur in order to get that done, unless you guys are telling us to continue to move that down that road. If you're not prepared to make that decision tonight, I respect that. But if we're going to continue the effort that we're putting in now, Like we've prepared preliminary official statements. They're in draft form. Those are very long documents. But there's a lot of editing and work that needs to continue on those. I told that team to put this on hold until we had a decision about, because the pricing was different. And so it was like, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page before we continue to move this forward. I don't want to continue down that road. And that's fine. We can still pick this up later. You don't have to direct me to do that tonight, but it's a,
Okay, so are you saying it's not critical that we authorize it tonight? Is that what you're saying?
it's not critical that we authorize that.
Okay, thank you.
We can continue forward with the expectation that we're going to issue COPs.
Okay.
But we're not going to pick that work back up yet until we get farther down this road.
Okay.
If you don't tell
Thank
us
you.
to do that.
Thank you
tonight.
very much.
So,
And
so
is
that
it-
process is going to continue to stay on hold for the time being.
Thank you. Is it helpful to set that new construction budget?
That is helpful, and I would love it to have that as a clear directive.
So I'd like to make that motion, number 4,
Mhm.
so that we could set a budget and kind of put that conversation to bed, that we're not exceeding what we established this evening. So I make a motion to formally establish the maximum available construction budget for phase 1 at 43.5 million, including contingencies and soft costs, increasing the current budget for the project from 38.5 million.
Second.
We have a motion. It's been seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seems pretty, we beat this one down too here, but
Just one
Go ahead.
quick thing. Are you still comfortable with staff's recommendations on where we're going from, Mayor Pro Tem?
The reductions or the funds that we're drawing?
The additional funds that cover the difference, recommended locations.
For clarity, and I think that's an important question, and I do want to add some clarity to that. With that information, we will prepare an amended budget document that you will ultimately approve. And if you'd prefer to take more money from general fund reserves and not from the public facilities fund, for instance, you guys can make that determination. We can show you the differences. This is our recommendation of where we take these funds from. There are other ways to do this. There's always 1,000 ways to skin every cat, right? That's the reality of it. We all know that. We're saying this is what we think is a reasonable path forward. There are other paths forward, but this is what we're suggesting to you. Giving us that total number gives us the ability to then.
so it doesn't set the funds. You're setting the cap.
You're not approving the allocation of that budget. You're just giving us a solid cap that we're going to work towards.
I think that's very helpful. Thank
I
you.
was just asking for if that could be included in the motion, direct where staff is looking.
I love
If
that
you're
the
comfortable.
staff has creative liberty at this point to say we have multiple places it can pull from. And then when it comes back to us, we could say pull more from general. We could say pull more from reserves. We have an extra, millions in the reserves. We could say pull more and have a lower debt on the COP. So I think having that liberty might be best at the next meeting. But as long as we have a cap and staff is creative with presenting us those options, then we can fine tune that, I suppose, at the next time.
Okay.
And
So
I
it doesn't
think-
look like there's any.
It may be best to do all of that in the context of the mid-year budget adjustment, which isn't going to happen until the second meeting in August. So I just don't want to create an expectation that we're coming back and having this big, long budget discussion. I don't know that that's worth it. We're going to have a big, long budget discussion on the 28th of August anyway. Perhaps we just do it all at the same time.
Try wisdom to them.
Okay.
Motion and a second.
Do you have a second?
Yep.
Okay. Trustee Wing, you're the second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Motion, it's been seconded. Quick, can we have a roll call vote on this?
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
No.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Okay, that passes. Now, 8, if we're going to do it. Does anyone like to move on, or 7? I crossed the numbers out.
I'll move on it.
Yeah, thank you.
I make a motion, direct staff to prepare the resolution necessary to formally authorize the issuance of certificate of participation.
And I'd like to make an amendment to that.
Is there a second first? Anyone like to second this? And then we
I'll
can-
second.
Okay, we have a second. Motion's been seconded. Any amendment? Go ahead, Trustee Anderson.
I really think we should be looking at both options if we can do it. Again, as Chris said, we may have missed a deadline in order to be able to look at doing the bonds. But I think we need to we need to look at doing both.
I would support that. I would love to add in to come back with bond information too.
That I can do at your next meeting.
That would be wonderful.
I agree with this amendment.
Okay, so amendment has been adjusted to reflect adding bonds. Motion has been seconded. Okay, so now the new motion just includes bonds. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
I'm sorry, can we clarify the full
Sure.
motion?
Full motion is to direct staff to prepare the resolutions necessary to formally authorize the issuance of certificates of participation and for the information for, it would be a resolution necessary for a bond, include financing as well, right?
Bond issuance.
Bond issuance.
That doesn't need a second, right?
No, because there was an agreement.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
She accepted the friendly amendment.
Let's vote.
All right, so we motion, yes, clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Wow. We did it. That was about to kill me, but we made it through barely. All right. This concludes this. Thank you, staff. Thank you, public. Thank you, colleagues, to get through all this. This was a big, huge lift on both of those. Let's move on now to reports. Trustee Murphy.
Yeah, I wanted to raise the issue on spacing. Our marketing and notifications on committee positions. Clerk Samara, if you could share what you've learned or what you know at this point and stuff. I'd love to entertain some discussion on how we can get on this when we've got so many appointments coming up.
Certainly. Thank you, Trustee Murphy. I did have the opportunity to speak with our community engagement manager earlier today, following up on our discussions yesterday evening with the interview for the Open Planning Commission position. So we will be continuing the advertisement for that position, along with the advertisement for the upcoming seats on other committees. So on the Park Committee, Tree, Historic Preservation, because we'll have vacancies coming up in September as well. And so those will be advertised in the electronic newsletter coming up on August 3rd, social media on the 7th, as well as an additional post on the 11th, is the information I received from Stephanie Horvath. Something else I would also suggest is if you are aware of anyone that is interested in serving on those committees, definitely mention it. Sometimes word of mouth is the best way to get the interest for those volunteers. And also with the Civic Academy that I believe was discussed at the strategic planning, that will create a much more consistent stream of volunteers that are interested in serving on these committees, which I think will be a huge benefit.
At least we hope so anyway.
Absolutely.
Clerk Samora, do we also notify folks who have applied for past committee positions who were not selected at that time? Is that still part of our regular process?
If we have perhaps kind of a one-off recruitment during the year, we'll reach out to those, but typically those applications, when it comes back around again, are already over a year old.
Right.
For an example, with this recent recruitment for the Planning Commission, we did reach out to any candidates that weren't selected for the last round. I want to say it was in April. I don't recall exactly, but we did reach out, and unfortunately there was not any additional interest.
Do we put this in the hard copy newsletter that goes in with like the with the water bills, or?
Yes, Trustee Anderson, that's a great point. For the hard copy newsletter that's going out in the bills for the August mailing here in the next probably 10 days or so, that will include an article regarding the upcoming opportunities on the various committees and commissions.
Wonderful.
It will not include the vacancy that we interviewed for last night because we were already past the print deadline. But it will have all of the others, and that will be included in all of the utility bills.
Yeah, I think so. In addition to that, as we had discussed earlier, the 2030 delay on funding for the Arboretum, I would like to raise that as an agenda item prior to consideration of the construction contract with Golden Triangle.
Second vote.
Okay, these three to be able to get on the agenda. Yeah, we got plenty. I'll be on.
And then last thing I wanted to bring up, actually, there's another. We've got one board member on tree advisory committee that's having an issue with her service elsewhere on her job duties. And we'd really like to keep this person on the committee. I think the tree advisory committee has said the same. So I don't think it's an immediate issue to address, but I'm looking into our committee resolution, which is resolution 02 or 2019-02. I think it's a worthwhile time for you guys all to maybe review that and to see if there's any changes to the missions of our committees. Granted that we've got new people coming on right now.
Are you looking for something specific? What's the point? Yeah.
This is an attendance issue I'd like to bring up, but there's a number of other things I'd like to maybe talk about. I'm just not prepared tonight.
Sure. I think I can simplify this conversation for you. One bit of great news is that Clerk Shmore has been working on an updated ordinance to combine all of those into one.
Okay.
That'll actually be coming to you for introduction at your next meeting.
Perfect.
Did we plan that in the next meeting?
Yes, that is planned for
Well done.
the next meeting. Yes.
So your timing is great.
Yes, so that ordinance will combine. Right now, I believe we're relying on 4 different ordinances and resolutions, and it's really kind of a lot to keep track of. And so what this will do is consolidate all of that into one single new code section, so it will be incorporated into the municipal code. You can do it online, a lot easier to really get through. So as far as attendance, so in this ordinance, just for a little bit of background, I know it's late, so I'll be quick. In the proposed ordinance, a lot of the language is really the same. It's reiterated from these ordinances and resolutions. With the attendance, that is different, and it is a little bit more lenient. Right now in the resolution, it's 3 absences within a year. And in the proposed ordinance, it is 3 absences per quarter. And so it is more lenient than what it is right now.
The one element I wanted to maybe bring up about it is right now, absences are directed up to the board level. My thought on this would be revising that and handling it within the committee under the current language, but I'm very interested in seeing what you've got.
Yeah.
I think that's a burden that we could take off ourselves.
I concur.
And I think the committees would be better equipped to handle their own attendance rather than us.
So I believe that as written, it probably already does accomplish that, because in the resolution as it stands right now, it's a very hard 3 absences within a calendar year. In the proposed language, it's 3 unexcused absences.
Yeah.
And so I think that addresses
You're probably
your
writing
point.
it.
But we will have that at the next meeting, and I think it'll really simplify it for everybody.
Perfect. Last thing I wanted to bring up, tree advisory committee on the 20th. Obviously there was some discussion on the Arboretum cuts that were proposed. Non-agenda items, they're looking into doing stuff with the calendar for this year. We talked about the attendance thing. Right now, we discussed some of the stuff that's going on at the cemetery. There's proposed plantings, especially on the north side where it's kind of hot and stuff, utilizing old and new sites. Looking at town park, staff is looking at taking out a honey locust on the west side that's not doing well. We think it's, or Forester Furnace brought up that he thought it had issues since the construction of the park and it doesn't look salvageable. And then, let's see. The other thing is, tree advisory committees kind of finalizing their report to the board, along with some actions that they'd like us to look into. So that should be forthcoming sometime soon. No other items.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yep. First of all, I wanted to thank, sorry, it's getting very late in the night, Keith for taking the port committee on the parks tour. Got to see some of the parks again. That was part of the public, the facilities tour, but also got to see some other parks and get more information too. So always appreciate that because it's nice to see the updates. I really only have one thing that I want to kind of keep on everybody's radar and maybe see if we can get assistance from the town attorney to get this moving. But doing a moratorium on data centers so that we can at least get a pause on there and be able to put it on a study session so that we can figure out exactly what we want to agree on. This is like cities all over Colorado are doing this. So that it gives them the ability to pause and be proactive instead of reactive. And so I don't know if it doesn't need to be an agenda item. Is it like a?
I agree with the urgency of this request that it come before us because if we don't affect our zoning before these things take place, it's a lot harder to retroactively address it. So if we could have a more urgent study session with some general information, moratorium.
I think we can give you an idea of where we're at now, which I think will be really helpful. Our zoning code does give us quite a bit of control over how data centers may or may not ever get approved. They are only allowed as special use applications, which means you kind of have full control over what they're allowed to do and what they're not already. But I think it would be good to have that conversation so we can talk about what that process looks like. If we received an application today under our current code, here's how that would go. Here's all the things that would be required. Here's the decision-making points that would occur. And then you guys can also then make a choice at that time. So we can schedule that for an upcoming meeting. I think that's a good conversation to have.
Thank you.
Uh,
Or did you have
Oh,
a-
I just thought it could honestly be wrapped up in a brief agenda item, just briefing, especially our board members on what actually we can or can't do regarding them. This is an issue I brought up with Director Johnson. Gosh, I don't know if it was November of 25 or 24, but we do have remedies for this, whether that's sufficient or not. I think we could proceed from there if we want to do a work session on this or moratorium.
I think it's a good conversation to have. I'm just hearing a lot of towns that are, it came in, it happened, it's affecting people. And the answer was, well, it was part of our code. It was allowed. There's nothing we can do about it except change it in the future. And I would hate for Berthoud to be another town on that list.
And even if we have controls for the public to know the position of the town board through public vetting and conversation, I think it's really.
And I do think we have a lot of those good ones, and that is Trustee Murphy, I do believe, was the first one to bring that up. We did incorporate that into code changes in 2025, so it'd be great to have that. And then we can also talk about, do we feel like that goes far enough? So that's great conversation.
Yeah, thank you. That's all.
Great, thank you. Trustee Olbrich.
I just wanted to, say thank you to the town staff for all your hard work. It doesn't go unappreciated. That's really all I have.
Great report. Trustee Wing.
Yeah, couple things. Maybe it wasn't really popular with everyone at the time, but I really want to thank Trustee Grace at our last meeting for making the recommendation to move the Arboretum and MVP to this week. I think we would have been going out for breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
Had we kept it on the agenda last week. So again, not everyone loved that idea. I thought it was brilliant.
I
so-
readily admit my vote was wrong.
Well, and we wouldn't, I don't think we would have had quite the robust discussion tonight or last time with the status where we were at. So thank you so much for doing that. And then I just got multiple emails, and if somebody could just clarify it, I think the answer is super easy. So where did we end up on the working sessions? Is it every third something or what?
I thought it was every third Tuesday.
So we're going to have a work session on August 18th to review the board strategic plan. And we have effectively scheduled, or you should put on your calendar work sessions every third Tuesday of the month.
Okay, third Tuesday through the end of the year, right?
Part of the reason for
Yep.
doing that, not just because we have special issues, but also to help us manage our other meetings where they have action items better, right?
Yep.
I love that.
Yeah, this is a new process for us, but I think it'll be helpful.
Yep. And then the last thing is, again, this was, I have to say, I do get a lot of news from the survey that I don't hear in here, so I'm glad they exist. But the tax that the fire department did, the windfall is significant, and I think Tabor, maybe you all know this, so sorry if I'm being redundant. Tabor requires them to give back any excess over the estimate for the first year, 2026. Then going forward, they don't do that. So our fire department should be flush with cash over the next few years. So
I
as
think
they
the ballot language stated that they would return it.
Yeah, I don't think they had to refund any of it. It was part of the
I thought they have to do that 1 year.
I thought it was 1 year too. Administrative.
That's what this says.
After that, you hold on to the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the way I
They'll
understand it as
keep
well.
that 2 million.
Mhm.
Yeah, going after the first year. So again, all my point is they want a second. They want a new truck. They want a new building. They got a much bigger windfall than what they thought they were going to get from that.
The challenge for them is how do you repay sales tax, $2 million for the sales tax back?
I thought they said they had put it aside or something. I thought they were fully cognizant.
I
of
think
that.
their board is still deliberating,
anyhow,
but it's still really
The
fascinating.
great news is, look at how well that performed. And again, I use the example because if you use that and extrapolate that to the entire town with the projections that the town has done, it would indicate they're conservative and hopefully the town is in the same situation. That's it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just real quick wanted to see if there's any support for asking staff to look into a potential golf cart pathway study to find out if there are safe routes for golf carts to be accessing our town through reduced speeds or their own pathways, a way for the golf carts to interface in our community that's going to increase the safety of those who are using them. Whether that's, like I said, through reduced speeds, designated trails that are for them, and then playing off the golf course, seeing if we get people from TPC into town proper to get them to shop downtown, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to see if there's some general support, have town just staff look at, the possibilities. And I don't want to spend a ton of time or money on that exercise, but just saying, is this possible? Can we make this safer? And can we make it something we capitalize on for tourism, perhaps?
Seems like Will would be good at commenting on that.
Will won't like this idea.
I don't. Go ahead.
No, but there's, we've got folks like in Hammond Farm who are trying to find safer routes to get into town, and that's really challenging for them. So that's a big one
I was just
for
talking to
those
somebody.
neighborhoods too. So, we allow golf carts in town. We might as well look to see how do we get them safely through town.
Yeah, I was just talking to somebody about the same thing, that they were worried that they can't, from that area, get to downtown
it.
without
Exactly.
hit
Oh, I
or
support that.
injured.
Yeah, more
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Not ridiculous.
And there's a lot
No,
of
more.
it's
No matter
busy-
what, we have 3 supporting this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you done with this subject?
I'm not. I'm just trying to move.
Go
this-
ahead, because I have another comment,
Go
but it's
ahead.
not related.
Oh, so we're good. We have
Yeah.
more than 3. Okay, so we'll
Yeah.
talk that over.
Yep, we'll add that to our list.
So when I was in high school, we regularly in towns all around went to Longmont and cruised Longmont. It was something we did. It was a blast. And this Saturday they annually they bring it back one night, and I'm telling you, there were 5,000 or 6,000 people lining the streets of Main Street, and the cars, if you're a car person at all, were off the charts. They were absolutely unbelievable, and it was just a great event. Whether we ever consider anything even like that, we've got an A&W, but it was exciting, and all the families around. It was free, and tons of kids, and anyhow, the reason it came into my mind is because you talked about golf courts, and then my mind went to the electric motorcycles.
Yeah.
And they were running all over the place. So anyhow.
Well, and to affirm that comment, I actually had breakfast with the Berthoud Model T group last weekend, and they're my favorite people in Berthoud. Like they know the history, they have the Model Ts, like they could tell you all about Berthoud. it's like you're back in time. So
It was.
we definitely have an untapped like reservoir of vintage cars in Berthoud. Like these guys have
I
4 or
concur.
5 in their garages, and I'm like, man, how do we
It was a
bring
blast.
back that vintage charm
But
downtown?
but every restaurant was packed. The whole town, every business was
So was Main Street.
Main Street, Longmont, or Berthoud.
Longmont.
Oh, I know. It was stop and go traffic, and the cars did things you couldn't even imagine cars could do. But anyhow,
So
it
get
was
this started for Berthoud.
well, it was fun.
Project now.
Yeah.
I just
Don't-
Let's have our
Don't egg him on.
No, let's do it. Let's
All
have our old car crawl.
Mayor, I just have a few things. Just remind everybody about the library book sale. Put it in your calendar, August 15th. There, and I cannot remember the exact date for the life of me, but they are also doing their September Literary Fest. So that's a weekend, Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. So they have authors giving lectures, signing books. Generally, they're authors for Colorado. A lot of them from Berthoud. So just want to remind people about that. And then the Habitat Hoedown is at Grace Place on October 10th.
Is there
Oh,
some?
that's coming up.
Will there be some information on that?
Yes.
Coming out. Okay.
Yep.
We usually would pay. Do we have a table? Yep. Okay, hold
Always fun.
I did have one more item I wanted to inform the board about that I participated in. I sent out an email a while back informing you guys of my contacts with CDOT over the 9th and Mountain Crossing. This is heavily used between the middle school and Hayes, and CDOT has actually taken the steering wheel at this point and organized a virtual meeting with me, Keith Knoll, and Danny Dia were on the call as well. And a shout out to Kelly Seaton, who's been a citizen that's been engaged on this. They are ready to proceed on an improvement project at that location that requires $0 from Berthoud.
Nice.
And they are going into construction documents, and they are urge them to brief the board. Administrator Kirk, I believe Keith Nolan is going to brief you on that if he hasn't already. But I felt it important before any discussions or decisions were made that they came to brief you guys on the situation. This isn't something I directed, but if made it known to CDOT, and they have the funding and the wherewithal ability to make it. Good news.
Yes.
Wait,
Good luck.
which
Good job.
crossing is this?
Ninth and Mountain.
Ninth and
Ninth
Mountain.
and
Return. Great. That's awesome. That comes.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem? Okay, we're good. I only had one thing, and that was Chris and I met last week with county commissioners and school district in Loveland, and went over what we're all up to. And the county gave a big presentation on the need for their roadway tax that they're going to ask the citizens to try and fund. I believe they're going to ask for a sales tax, not a property tax, and also how that ties into their necessary expansions to their courthouse. The state says they need an extra judge. The state will fund the judge, but there's no room for the judge. They need another courtroom apparently. And since the state does not allow online court anymore, virtual court, I guess that some cases, divorces are low level trial cases take over a year to get it underway. So they're kind of stressing that as just a need for overall county services. I will be seeing a sales tax. That was it. Turn over to staff.
Nothing else for me tonight.
Okay, everything's awesome. I'm not going to belabor this anymore. Everyone, have a great night.